Good evening, everyone. The City Council is running just a bit behind this evening. It should be another 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. We will now reconvene from closed session to open session. Mr. City Attorney, please provide a readout from
Yes,
closed
thank you, Madam
session.
Mayor. The City Council is now back in open session, having met in closed session for the special meeting of June 30th, 2025. With respect to items A and B, as indicated in the posted agenda, discussions and presentations were given by city staff, feedback provided by the City Council, but no final reportable action as to each item. And that concludes my report, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. The special meeting closed session is now adjourned. It is now 6:30, and I call the San Fernando special meeting open session to order. Roll call, please.
You mean regular session?
Special meeting.
Oh, it's special, yeah.
Special meeting, open session. Yeah.
Councilmember Patty Lopez.
Yes.
Councilmember Victoria Garcia.
Present?
Councilmember Joe Fajardo.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mary Solodio.
Here.
Mayor Mary Mendoza.
Present. We have a quorum. All city council members are in attendance and are physically present, and no member are participating remotely for today's meeting. Madam City Clerk, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, will everyone please rise? Hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated.
At this time, I'm asking for approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve in a second?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Anyone wishing to make a public statement, please fill out the blue form and submit it to the city clerk. At this time on the agenda is Decorum and Order. Mr. City Attorney, can you please read the Decorum and Order?
This is the Decorum and Order admonition for the San Fernando City Council. The City Council elected by the public must be free to discuss issues confronting the city in an orderly environment. Members of the public attending City Council meetings shall observe the same rules of order and decorum applicable to the City Council as set forth in the San Fernando Procedural Manual. Any person making impertinent, derogatory, or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the City Council or while attending a City Council meeting and where such conduct is found to be disruptive to the proceedings, may be removed from the room if the presiding officer so directs the Sergeant of Arms, and such person may be barred from further audience before the City Council. That concludes the admonition, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is public statements. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public statements this evening?
Yes, thank you. This is a time and place for public comments on items on the agenda or other city issues. If there's anyone in the council chamber wishing to speak, please fill out the blue form located on the table in the council chamber's entrance and submit it to the city clerk. When your name is announced to speak, please walk up to the podium to address the city council. Please voluntarily state your name and address and speak clearly and directly into the microphone. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Individuals using interpretation services will be given 6 minutes to ensure non-English speakers have the same opportunity to address the City Council. Please note that the interpreter will pause the speaker frequently to allow adequate time for translating their comments as closely and accurately as possible. Callers wishing to provide a live public comment, please close your YouTube stream of the City Council meeting as there is an approximate 8-second delay and will interfere with the live meeting streaming to YouTube. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be identified by announcing the last 4 digits of your telephone number. Lastly, please understand that the City Council is unable to respond to questions in order to comply with public meeting requirements and must refrain from engaging in any dialogue during the public comment period. City staff will have your contact information and will be able to follow up directly with you regarding your question.
The first speaker we have this evening is Diana Jimenez, followed by Dolores Rodriguez, followed by Raul Barragan.
Hello. Good afternoon, my fellow council members. I'm honored to stand before you today for the first time. My name is Diana Jimenez, and I've been a resident of San Fernando for as long as I can remember. I've had the privilege of being a first-generation Mexican-American and the protections that come with it. I came to speak today for one reason: my loved ones who don't have the same protection, my neighbors who do, but are a target because of the color of their skin, and my community that lives in fear every single day because we all know and love someone who is undocumented, who came to this country with the sole purpose of working and contributing and building. Our community is hurting. And as you kind folks gather to discuss the budget for the Independence Day Festival, that very festival, those very people you are organizing for are afraid to go grocery shopping, to their children's graduation, and to work. These ICE raids are physically, emotionally, and psychologically damaging to the community. I urge you to take action and please help keep these honest and hardworking families together. Make San Fernando a sanctuary city. Protect your people and put their safety and well-being first. We need you now more than ever. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Dolores Rodriguez, and I'm a very proud resident of the city of San Fernando. I'm here today to respectfully ask the city council members to please consider supporting the emergency food distribution centers that serve our community. As many of you know, these centers provide essential food, groceries to families, individuals who are struggling with food insecurity. While the food itself comes from generous donations, these is still many necessary expenses involved in making this possible. For example, we often have to rent trucks to pick up the donations from the different locations. We also have ongoing costs for gasoline to maintain and to supply safely to handle packaging and the food distribution. Additional, because many people in our community, especially seniors or those who are so afraid of whatever is happening now, we are now bringing food directly to the doorsteps for those who, again, either they drive but they are afraid. So all these are increasing the expenses, and I really hope the city of San Fernando will support these groups, these centers, because the food insecurity right now is growing and is creating a bigger problem. Thank you very much for your time, for listening, for considering this. Thank you, and God bless you.
Good afternoon, City Council. Pleasure to see you all again. I'm just here to remind you all that though the VFW is always there to support the veterans, that we are also there to support the community. And as a reminder, we're not asking for anything from the city. We ask that you remember that we're there to be partners with you, especially in the time of needs for the community itself. So if there's any time that you need anything from us, we are there. That's all I have. Thank you.
The next speaker we have is Lorraine Aceves.
Good evening. My name is Lorraine Aceves, President and founder of Ignite the Light of Hope Foundation. Thank you for having me. Last time I was here, I received the Women of the Year award. Today I'm here for a different reason. There is two topics I would like to discuss. In the last 2 years, Ignite the Light of Hope has been a vital resource to the city of San Fernando by providing food and resources to families who've been struggling with food insecurity. The beginning of the year, the city of San Fernando reached out to Ignite to help establish and operate a fire resource center, which within 48 hours, we were able to establish that and help many families who were struggling due to the fires that happened in January. Now we're facing a bigger crisis. And I'm here a little bit vulnerable, as in the last 3 weeks, we have been receiving calls, emails, and text messages from many families, such as the young lady who just recently spoke, struggling in fear of coming out of their homes to survive, to get basic needs. We get calls every day for assistance with food. Here's an example. A mother recently reached out and said her and her children are isolating themselves while ICE is currently knocking on their apartment doors. In fear of leaving her home, she's asking for food assistance. We also have a daughter, a young girl, who called me specifically saying that her father in the last 3 weeks hasn't been able to provide food or go to work because he's a bread maker and he's not able to provide food on the table, so she's seeking for food assistance. I also have another call from an elderly lady, a grandmother and her husband, who are currently only surviving off a cup of noodles and drinking water from the faucet. Every day we're receiving these heartbreaking stories, and it hurts to hear this. But as Ignite, as strong as we are, and we stand with our community, we have established a delivery program where our volunteers tirelessly put bags of food together, and we deliver these food to the doorsteps of our families that are reaching out for assistance. We've been doing this for the past 3 weeks, but right now we need your help. It has been coming a little difficult for us as we had increased, our fundings have decreased right now. We had submitted a proposal to you. I hope you had a chance to read it. I believe this proposal, and together in partnership with the city of San Fernando and Ignite, we could be able to provide this service to our families in need who are reaching out for support. I believe together, if we stand strong and continue to guide one another and be an impact, we could be a beacon to all the families who are searching for assistance. We need to be with our community and stand strong during this time of crisis, and we cannot do this alone. I hope that together we could benefit and help all those who are reaching for help. Thank you.
Caller ending in 7681, do you have a public comment? Caller ending in 7681, you may unmute yourself and begin. Caller ending in 7681, you may begin. Caller will be placing you back in the waiting room.
And we have an additional public comment here in the room from Larry Prendez.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I was a former commissioner for Parks and Rec under a previous council member. I'm a volunteer for Ignite the Light of Hope. I grew up here in the city of San Fernando. I lived on Hewitt Street, and as a child, I experienced hunger firsthand. My mom was raising 7 of us. When we couldn't make ends meet, sometimes we went without food. So when I found out about Lorraine and Ignite the Light of Hope, I knew I had to get involved because no child should go without food. And so I became a volunteer, and I've been with her over almost a year now. And it's been one of the most enjoyable experiences I've ever had. Seeing the look on people when they receive food, they receive it as a gift, and the joy that they have, and the light in these little kids' eyes when some of our members give them a little toy. Javier likes to provide little toys for the kids, and they light up with a smile. And even though it's just a little rubber duck or something, to them it's the most precious thing they received. And the food, the families are so thankful and so grateful as I walk them out to their cars, because some of these people can't even carry the food. So I volunteer, and Javier, my friend Javier, we also volunteer to take the food to their vehicles, and they're just so grateful and so thankful. And I am so blessed to be a part of this organization, and I hope each and every one of you that it touches a certain part in your heart as it has touched mine, and you get behind us and support what we're doing. Thank you. God bless you all.
Caller ending in 7642. Do you have a public comment? Caller ending in 7642. You may unmute yourself and begin. Caller ending in 7642. We'll be placing you in the waiting room. Caller ending in 7681. Do you have a public comment?
I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Hello? Oh, hello. My name is Michelle Heiberg. I'm from Ignite the Light of Hope, and I'm speaking this evening. Good evening, council members and staff. I'm speaking to ask the City Council to consider helping Ignite the Light of Hope with the emergency funding request. This fine organization has been combating food insecurities in the San Fernando Valley for almost 5 years. They've been serving over 4,200 individuals a month. And I'm so impressed with how they've risen up to every single challenge that has been faced in recent years, from COVID to the fires, and now to helping people who are actually isolated in fear related to the ICE incidents. And so I'm here to ask, as a donor, as a volunteer, and as a supporter of this fine organization, that the City Council might support them with the emergency funding, as well with a facility where they could actually have a place that's safe, where people could come pick up food, a place that people could depend upon, that could be in partnership with the city, even where other services might be offered. It could offer a wonderful opportunity for families and community to gather, and for the city to really shine, because I know the city cares a lot about its constituents. And thirdly, I wanted to invite everyone to come to the event that will be September 13th, Igniting the Light of Hope. Ignite the Light of Hope is the actual name of the event. It'll be an opportunity for people to come together, to promote unity, to celebrate Mexican Independence Day, to really pay attention to tradition, culture, with all generations. And it's going to be a beautiful evening. And I do hope the city will support this event, perhaps offering a venue at a park with security and whatnot to make it a positive night for everyone involved. And those are my 3 requests. I also ask that people actually check out this nonprofit. You can look, it's ignitus.org, and help is always needed, from volunteers to food to event sponsors. Anything helps, even $5. It would be a great opportunity to come together. Thank you so much for listening to my comments.
Caller ending in 7642. Do you have a public comment?
Hi, hello.
You may begin.
Yes, hello. Hi, my name is Marlene Aragon, and I am calling on behalf of Ignite. I just want to speak on how grateful I have been, and it's been such a blessing to have them in my life and my children's life. Going back as when I was in a shelter, they made us feel welcomed, loved, and part of the family. We had guaranteed food every weekend, clothing, and etc., hygiene, plus more. Even now that we are placed in our home, they still help us every weekend. They give us hope. And not only that, but I was blessed to be a blessing to many people as my neighbors, the community that have also received help from them as well. We don't know where we would be today if it wasn't for them, especially with all these hardships that are happening right now around the world. We don't feel lost thanks to Ignite.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is a public hearing. A continued public hearing to consider adopting a resolution approving the fiscal year 2025-2026 city budget and adopt a resolution to fund the city section 115 trust and retire health benefits. At this time, the public hearing is now open. Ms. Keith, please provide a staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, member of the council. This item will be presented by our Director of Administrative Services, Erica Melton. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The goal of tonight's public hearing is to adopt the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget, where this year's theme is prioritizing financial stability during economic uncertainty. This theme arose out of both the forecasted and now ever-present economic uncertainty, which is anticipated for the next 12 to 18 months. In turn, the fiscal year 2025-26 proposed budget adopts a conservative approach, holding revenue expectations steady and focused on recommended enhancements that are one-time enhancements or ongoing costs that are offset by either increased revenue, decreased expenditures, or are essential to maintaining organizational stability and uninterrupted service delivery. Highlighting the general fund, the proposed budget takes a conservative approach, remaining relatively flat in revenues through the city's primary revenue sources of proceeds, which include taxes, service charges, licenses, and permits. Expenditures, in turn, have been budgeted to align at $28.6 million, which includes $266,670 in city manager recommended enhancements, which will be further discussed individually in the forthcoming in the subsequent slides. Should all the recommendations be approved, this would result in a remaining balance of $149,340 for city council discretion and use to either place in general fund reserves or to adopt additional city council priorities. Regarding that $266,670 in recommended city manager proposed budget enhancements, it includes $208,810 in ongoing enhancements, of which 4 are personnel enhancements, including within the police department to upgrade 1 police officer to a police sergeant, to upgrade 1 public works management to a senior management analyst, to upgrade 2 RCS, Recreation and Community Services Program Specialists, to coordinators, and to upgrade part-time recreation leader hours to Recreation and Community Services Coordinator position. 2 enhancements are technologically focused, including police department scheduling software as well as evaluation and training software. And finally, there is a $2,000 enhancement recommended for ongoing operations with the after-school teen program for additional supplies and support. In terms of one-time enhancements, there is $57,860 proposed, which include $20,000 for new officer onboarding with the police department, as well as less lethal equipment, and implementation costs related to the scheduling software that was proposed as an ongoing subscription cost. Finally, there is $5,000 in code enforcement legal services and additional funding to support citywide employee training. In addition to the city manager proposed recommendation, City Council has additionally provided recommendations totaling 41 items which were submitted and classified as either within existing resources, 13 that require additional direction and or discussion, and 16 that do have calculable amounts or values associated with them, which include items such as staff recognition programs, park enhancements, as well as community holiday celebrations and events. In addition to the budget item, there is an additional resolution enclosed in the public hearing. This is regarding a Section 115 retiree health benefits funding. The city does provide other post-employment benefits, specifically retiree health benefits. These are for employees that retire through the city and receive some level of paid healthcare benefit. The city has paid for this through the general fund on an annual pay-as-you-go basis. However, since 2023, the City Council has authorized $500,000 each year towards the Section 115 pension trust to reduce retiree health benefits, which is currently an unfunded accrued liability valued at over $40 million. With the uncertainty of the economic environment and the flat revenue projections provided, it limited ability to fund from operating revenues within the budget. In turn, staff has recommended utilizing $500,000 from the general fund balance reserves to fund the city Section 115 trust for the 25-26 fiscal year. In turn, for this public hearing, staff recommends that we conduct the public hearing, review and discuss the fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget. Pending public testimony, adopt resolution number 8390 approving the fiscal year budget subject to modifications or amendments as may be stated by the City Council in its motion. And then finally, adopt resolution 8391 appropriating $500,000 from general fund reserves to the Section 115 trust for the purpose of setting aside designated funds to be used towards paying future retiree medical benefits. That concludes staff presentation. Subsequent to public comments, we'll have additional information with regards to the proposed process for discussing the budget recommendations. Thank you.
We'll now have council discussion. All right, Councilmember Fajardo, do you have any comments?
Certainly. I'm more concerned about the ongoing expenses rather than the one-time expenses. I think that the one-time expenses are quite manageable. The ongoing expenses continually add to our obligation to make large payments every year. And Ms. Kith, I don't know if I asked this. I know that you Miss Melton and I had a quick rendezvous last week, and I'm not sure if I thought this or if I mentioned this, but is there a list of the different positions that we've added over the years, and so that we have an understanding of how many ongoing costs we have added to the budget since the so-called golden parachutes during COVID?
Councilmember Fajardo, we did have that discussion, so I think, Erica, did we have put together that list, or do we need more time to put together the list?
Additional time was just needed because of the limited time available
It
to
was
pull
only a
that
week or
together.
less. Yeah, I
Yeah, it was
understand.
like, it was last Thursday, so we just didn't have enough time
It's
to
a
pull that
Thursday?
together.
Oh my gosh,
Yes.
yes, okay. Um, so I don't want to give a hard number because I don't know that number, but if I were to speculate, I believe that since COVID, when we had a realignment of city positions, we've probably added anywhere at a minimum of $300,000 in ongoing staff costs to $500,000 in ongoing staff costs. And while I appreciate the fact that staff needs support and that we have obligations to fill, I also realize that we have limited resources. One uh, big ticket item, or I shouldn't say big ticket because that's a relative word, but one consideration that we need to keep in mind is that several years from now, we are going to have to determine whether we take over the payment of the flock system. And for those who are unfamiliar, that's the system that essentially helps us monitor vehicles so that we can help reduce crime and actually um, aid our police department in capturing dangerous individuals. That cost, if I recall correctly, is going to be $125,000 per year. And it's essentially the cost of hiring a new position. We also have to be conscientious of the fact that we may have to take the pool back at some point in time. The county leased the pool from us about a decade ago. And if my memory serves me correctly, there's probably about 20 years left on the lease, but they have no obligation to maintain the pool after that term. If we were to be maintaining the pool as of today, it would be the cost of approximately an additional $1 million, give or take. And it's money that we simply wouldn't have in this budget. When the push comes to shove in 20 years, I hope that they want to extend that lease. I've always hoped that they would want to buy the property for $1 so we could relieve it from the books, but we have to prepare for the fact that they may want to hand servicing the pool back to the city. Lastly, we still don't have a system in place to pay down our outstanding healthcare liability. As the slide showed, we have about $40 million unplanned for. An article came out several years back, I think it was in the Daily News, but it might have been some other publication, that indicated that we were the third worst municipality in the entire state in terms of having planning for paying down our retiree health care. And while I hope that that's improved, it's great that we've contributed $500,000 a year, but even that may not get us to where we need to be. So I'm open to passing some of these items. I think that we need to have a slightly more conservative approach. There is economic uncertainty, uh, primarily in California because of how these raids are impacting our local communities. The San Fernando swap meet is one of our largest generators of revenue. We receive probably close to $700,000 in revenue from the swap meet between licensing and between admissions. Most of that being from admissions. If our admissions continue to be as abysmally low as they are right now, we're going to have a very challenging budget this upcoming year. So in the event that we decide that we do need to add some of these positions, I would rather us see it do it next fiscal year when we have a better idea of what one of our largest sources of revenue is going to look like. So as we go down this list, this 4-page list, that's where my thinking is at the present time. Obviously, I want to hear from my colleagues in terms of what they prioritize and how they view the facts. But that is essentially how I will vote on these line item issues.
Okay. Councilmember Garcia?
Thank you. I have a question about this form that we received. There's a chart, and then there's a big solid black line with 8 items after that. What is that difference?
The difference is general funded items versus non-general fund. Non-general fund items, it does list, oh, I apologize, I did take out some columns to make it a little bit more readable, but the non-general fund items listed below on page 4, those are funded from alternative sources other than the general fund. So for example, some are funded from the sewer fund, the water fund, or some of these state funded measures, which we traditionally use for sidewalk, street improvements, et cetera.
Thank you. So it's, so my understanding is then we don't need to consider these 8 items out of our budget that we're passing tonight. Is that right?
They would yet be included in the budget, so it's just seeking authorization for them. However, the funding source isn't the same as our general fund, which our general fund, again, is derived from local taxes generally and local sources, whereas the other items that are below are funded via other sources, again, including enterprise funds or other areas, again, that are not general fund related.
Okay. Well, my thoughts on this are, I'm not sure how we're supposed to go about this because we have a lot of items from a lot of different council members, but I know if I could winnow mine down, a priority for me is clean bathrooms, and I would, if I could expand that to, one of our priorities was seating in the parks, and sometimes even the benches are disgusting, so clean parks kind of, including the bathrooms. I don't know if I mentioned this at the last meeting, but we went to the Pioneer Park, and my sons wanted to go to the bathroom, and they wouldn't. They said it was overflowing with urine, and they would not use it. So that's something we just can't have, I think. And I don't know how to address that, if this is a solution, that the proposal isn't here. I don't know if that means 2 cleanings every day or 2 cleanings on weekends. But if I would appeal to my colleagues on that. I would also be in agreement with the wrap for the vans. I think that I've seen some examples in the city of Pasadena, and I think it's also really important right now that it's a really great service we provide, which is free rides within the city. And right now, when there's a lot of confusion about who is government, which government, I think it would be helpful that whenever we do for City of San Fernando, it's clearly delineated as such, so that especially if we're asking elderly or people who are in need, maybe more disadvantaged, that they can trust that these are our vans, and we could also promote the service. The graffiti removal too is something that I was in support of. I don't know, again, if this is something we can be creative with to get the cost down, because it doesn't happen necessarily every weekend. I don't know how we address the on-call need. And then I was in favor of a bigger celebration for 4th of July next year, because it's the 250th birthday. And then also I had added to the El Grito celebration this year. I think if we did fireworks, it would be a really nice, like almost act of resilience, and saying we're celebrating, we're still here, we're celebrating our culture, we're celebrating our history, and without, inviting a lawsuit or anything like that. I would also agree that if, any type of, well, there's an item for immigration enforcement, but I think it's also response that would need to be like a set aside for when we get the information about how it can be used and how much is needed. And then I had put on here public information officer. Whichever way we do it, I think it would be helpful. I don't know where we are in the numbers now, so some of these I'm more passionate about than others. But after the fires, and then with some of this, with the raids, I believe we have a staff member who responds and posts on social media. Sometimes it happens when they're not working during working hours, obviously, and I know they're doing the best they can, but to have some type of professional response, information given very timely, very quick, I think would be a benefit to the city. And then I would say for the Mariachi Apprentice Program. I mean, that's like one of the gems of our city. I think we all take great pride in it. And perhaps we can also get more information. If we don't provide this amount, is it not going to go forward? Because I think that would really influence a lot of us. Thank you.
Councilmember Lopez.
Well, for me, public safety is number one, and that's mean in all aspect. Provide to the police department the equipment they needed. That will be connected with the parks in our city to keep clean those areas for the families. The graffiti is another item that I really care, and I'm being helpful. We can spend more funding in there. I feel like also I believe we proposed in one of the meetings to have the Christmas parade. The other cities always has so much pride to have that celebration in Christmas, and I look forward to have more family events in the city, and something that we always so proud to be San Fernando residents. And I have concerns regarding the list that Council Member Fajardo is asking. I feel like we have to be more conservative on the funding, how we promote at this time. Like right now with the economy, with the tsunami, and not only the tsunami, but the whole business in our city is being affected. So we don't know, if the federal government it will still funding some other programs. So I would like to have more, before I bought in to support those promotions and hiring new people, I would like to have the list in front of me before I make my final decision in approving this budget that we have in front of us. And that's gonna be all, Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember, I mean Vice Mayor Solorio.
Thank you. I do have, I think, a concern or more of a question, I guess. In terms of, if you can answer, in terms of the retiree health benefit cost, can you further explain that? Because I do hear that Councilmember Fajardo has, concerns definitely about that, but I want to know a little bit more about projections, and then do we have anything basically that's going to cover the pension for that? Or who pays, I guess, the majority of the CalPERS cost? Can you explain some of that?
Sure. So the retiree health savings, consider it like a secondary portion of after someone leaves the city. So there's two portions. Certainly when someone retires, they do get their pension, and that's certainly through the CalPERS program. Those benefits, of course, vary based off of when a person has served in the city because like many cities, we have adjusted and negotiated through our MOUs what those look like. Sorry, I am short.
It's okay. No, you're good. Thank you.
So that everyone can see and hear me.
Perfect.
Because that's an important question. Okay, so when we're talking about when someone retires from the city, we're talking about two different components. We're talking about someone's pension that they pay into CalPERS, and then we're talking about the retiree health benefits. Again, depending on when someone is served in the city, those benefits have changed over time. So the city, like most city, has renegotiated what those look like. If you served with the city before 2015, we essentially had MOUs that made a promise in terms of how we would pay someone's pension in terms of how they paid into it, as well as that second component, the retiree health benefits. So they're treated as two distinct issues. For the CalPERS benefit, we have in our city and to our benefit because of the way that the property tax assessment hits, it's a dedicated funding source in terms of that property billing. Okay, so that's one piece of it. So we've got a pension, and then we have been able to certainly finance in a variety of ways that have benefited the city, one of which is through that pension obligation bond. And then we...
Sorry, just so we don't go on. So when you're talking about a pension override tax, does that mean that we have enough money to pay for those benefits or not?
So for the pension override tax, the notion is that we figured out at least a dedicated funding source for it for the most part. and then it's not growing at the same rate as it was before we renegotiated those rates. Similarly, the second component, which is the retiree health medical benefits,
Mm-hmm.
again, because we've negotiated how we pay and how much we pay into that for people subsequent to 2015, it's not growing at the same rate in which it once did. However, unlike the pension, where we have a dedicated funding source, I believe, if I'm correct, Councilmember Fajardo, what you're bringing up is that we don't have a dedicated funding source. So that's always going to come out of our general fund. The reason why we have been funding that $500,000 to the Section 115 is because that essentially says that no matter what else happens in the city, we've got that set aside, earmarked, so it can only be used towards retiree health medical benefits and towards that particular liability. Part of the reason that we're like most cities in that respect in terms of having that, because of the way that they want to account for it, because again, the accounting for it has changed over time as well. So by accounting for it a certain way, it determines what we called in accounting terms an unaccrued liability, UAL for short. But ultimately within this city, that amount, again, it doesn't grow at the same rate as it did. However, of course, having a dedicated funding source is ideal. And again, setting aside the $500,000 towards it has helped. I believe at a prior meeting, what we showed was a graph that I believe that had been presented some time ago. And unfortunately, when we were having and set aside a time for the meeting for our investment advisory service, or our fiduciary advisory, who we use for that 500,000 earmark dedicated whenever we put it in, it was in a meeting in February that unfortunately just got away from us. And so he was only able to present for like the last 20 or so minutes of that meeting. However, I also recommend that we bring him back so that we can talk and have a further deep dive in terms of that conversation. So that's the objective. But in terms of how and what that particular benefit is, again, it's distinct from the pension. It is paid. We pay it on an annual basis directly from the general fund on a pay-as-you-go method, meaning for those retirees who are currently active within the program, we pay those medical benefits. However, the notion is in the future what that looks like. And so that 40 million is basically saying that all of those retirees over the history of the city, for as long as they're part of the program, we're paying those benefits toward them. And so they're calculated at that amount.
So at this time, does the city have enough funds to pay the retiree costs or no?
So currently we have budgeted for the pay-as-you-go portion of it, and it's annually budgeted. However, the notion is how do we continue to make sure over time that we're able to pay? Because of course, that million that we set aside each year, of course, in 20 years, that's probably going to grow. So the notion is if we do some on the other end of the equation, that can generate interest so that it makes it easier to pay for it in the future.
So the graph shows that 1 year, I forgot if it's maybe like 15 years from now, they'll actually have to pay 2.9 million. So there isn't any evidence that a city council 15 or so years from now will have an extra 2.9 million lying around to actually pay that. And it's one of the least fun items to pay because it doesn't, it means that we're not using it for parks or signs or something that people can see immediately, but we don't have a mechanism to pay for it. The pension, we have a mechanism. The property tax will be what the property tax is, and we've been able to bring it down by like 1/100% almost every year now for like the last decade. So slowly, minusculely, it comes down. But this actually just comes out of our pocket.
Thank you. And it's good, I think, to clarify and like bring up that concern, because I'd also like to hear not only like how are we allocating money towards this now, but in 10 years from now, how do we have that money? How do we secure it now?
And if I may add that the gentleman who presented in that beautiful 20 minutes, yeah, I don't want to speak for him, but even he implied that if my reading of his lingo is correct, that the $500,000 wasn't even enough. It makes an appreciable dent, but not enough to where we need to be. And so that was the other concern, because really the benchmark should be that we're putting about $1 million into it until it's done, but we aren't even close to that. And this year we would be taking it out of our reserves. So it's like, if we do this for 10 years, let's just say that ends up being the case for 10 years, or let's just say 8 years, then we're gonna deplete our reserve by $4 million because we're adding things that we don't have a cost, that we can't afford. Basically, all of these ongoing costs, we're taking out a loan on them. The loan is not paying the OPEB, and it's a very high interest loan that we're paying by not paying it down.
Yeah, and I guess to clarify then for me, this ongoing cost of 500,000, I guess why isn't it a recommendation of $1 million versus the 500,000? And is there a benefit to paying more than the 500,000 at this time?
So the notion is that once that 500,000, essentially that's saying that, again, that's earmarked, that's dedicated so that we can't do anything else but put it in towards the retiree health benefit. Council can certainly make a recommendation for more. However, we wanted to be consistent in terms of what the recommendation had been previously, so that, again, we're in a much healthier place with those reserves. But the notion was not to, as Councilmember Fajardo mentioned, like to completely extract away from it. Certainly those particular funds, like everything else, they're invested until we use them. However, while it will invest it, it'll earmark it as well. It restricts it so that you can't touch it for any other purpose other than that dedicated initiative, which would be the retiree health benefit.
Thank you for explaining that. And then just in terms of how we're going to go around this, last year we gave an explanation first. I'm hoping that you can explain a little bit how we're going to do these rounds before we complete our first round of council comments. Look at you. I'm jumping ahead.
Yeah.
The objective of tonight in terms of procedurally is to perhaps look at conduct it in 3 rounds, maybe more, depending on how it goes. But initially, the goal was to take a look at the city manager's proposed recommendations and treat it like a consent calendar almost. We would take it as a slate of items. Right now, that slate incorporates that $266,670 in recommendations. However, each council member would be able to pull an item from that. Any items that would remain would be a part of the slate that's just approved and moved forward. From there, we calculate what the remaining balance is. So if the $266,670 is approved in totality, it'll leave that $149,340 that we discussed earlier. However, if any of those items are removed or pulled, we'd add that to the balance, and that would be available for council consideration and further discussion. Round 2 would be, we would allow each council member a round to discuss any items or ask questions for clarification, which in some cases has been done a little bit, but certainly we can go around again. And it would be an opportunity to get clarification on any of the items that are on there. That's one of the reasons I handed out that document, so that we could discuss it by number, and that way it makes it easier to reference as opposed to giving the description, but rather a number. So for example, if Mayor Mendoza was mentioned the fact that she wanted to specifically approve an item, she would reference it by number, saying that she wants to move forward with items 16, 44, and 13 as an example. And the goal would be for me then, and I have my fancy spreadsheet, which I know that Councilmember Fajardo always enjoys.
I loved it last year. I loved it last year too.
And from there, we'd be able to calculate on a real-time basis what's available. Once we see after that initial round, or that second round, what's available, we determine if we want to move forward with a third additional round, or if we want to either leave the remaining balance in reserves, or if we want to do, again, another round of discussion followed by approval of items. If it goes over that, we'll pull again. So that's the objective of tonight's process. And again, forgive me for not bringing that up first. I just thought we had public comment initially.
It's okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that all my colleagues knew that round 1 was to do the first set versus bringing up anything else. But can you pull up, I guess, in the spreadsheet how much money we have and how much would be, I guess, taken out if we did, I guess, for visuals, like if we did approve the whole city manager proposed enhancements versus not at
Sure.
this time?
I sure can. I will tell you that number offhand, though. It's $266,670
For all items to be
for
approved?
all items on the city manager's proposed recommendations, and that encompasses both ongoing as well as one-time.
And this is, and what would be the balance?
The balance would be $149,340.
Okay, so at this time, then we're looking only at city manager proposed, correct?
We can initially, yes. That's the objective of round one, yes.
May I ask a question on round one? So we aren't going to go over each item. It's only going to be the ones that we pulled?
Yes, that's correct. For the first round, the notion is to approve it as a slate, similar to a consent calendar, and that way we only discuss items that were pulled for discussion. And the objective of this process was just to make it easier. Certainly, if you look at the list in its entirety, it's over 50 items. So we were just trying to figure out a method to make the process as seamless as possible, as opposed to discussing 50 items, really discussing the items that council members either needed additional clarification on or wanted to provide commentary on.
So, Ms. Melton, is round one is items 1 through 13?
That is correct.
Okay, and when you say pull an item, meaning pull an item for discussion to not be approved or to approve?
To not
Not-
approve.
Okay, so I guess we can have a moment for everyone maybe to do that.
Exactly.
And while we do that, I'll pull up the spreadsheet on the screen and I'll take a seat next to the city clerk.
Yeah, and then just to clarify one more time, then the city manager ones at the end, 1 through 4, these are already items that have already been budgeted, so we don't have to pull those. Is that correct?
Those are items that are not general funded, and so if there's any concerns with those, we can pull any that have concerns as well.
But those are included then in the 266?
Those are not included in the 266.
Okay, so that would be additional to that.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Milton?
Yes.
So these items are not part of the 266, so would they be part of the 150,000? Or, we have less money, right?
No, those are just alternative funding sources, and so their total really comes from a variety of places, so you can think of those as independent items.
Okay.
At this time, I was alerted by the city clerk that certainly since we've at least entertained a round of general comments, certainly, Mayor, if you have anything to add, and then after that, she will open the floor for public comments before we go into round one.
Thank
Okay,
you, and those are
so-
all my comments.
All right. So just that Councilmember Fajardo made a statement about the ongoing costs, and you gave a dollar amount, or what was that you mentioned,
$40
Councilmember?
million for?
Yeah, so I don't really want to take that as a 40 million as a set amount, because we don't really have a calculation by staff. So I don't want to take it as a final figure, because it's not an actual calculation provided by staff.
If I may,
Yes.
Mayor, in August is generally when we bring the property tax levy, the override tax levy to council. During that time, when we bring that item, we can concurrently request an update from our fiduciary advisor to join us. Again, I know his meeting time was short last time, but perhaps that will be an opportunity for us to further discuss the impacts of the retiree health benefits more in depth and have a deeper discussion with that, if I may entertain that as a recommendation.
Yes, please, that would be good.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then the flock system, the ongoing costs for flock system, are there grants that are provided for that? That would be a possibility for us to apply for?
So again, with Flock and even the body-worn camera system that we have, obviously looking for grants to offset those costs, as well as continually monitoring for other grants that could offset other costs at the police department. So yes, we're constantly looking
Okay.
at alternative funding.
As far as it being an ongoing cost, but there's a possibility of getting grants for that. Okay. And then in terms of the pool, there's always a possibility we can, have a meeting with Supervisor Horvath to maybe even begin some discussions with her on that. Maybe, Mr. Keith, we can even set up a meeting with her to begin some conversation, just to get a feel of what that might look like, even if it's 20 years from now, since it's on Councilmember Fajardo's mind. And I think that's it. So, given that, as there is no further questions at this time, I would like to open the public comments. Is there any testimony submitted? Ms. City Clerk?
There are no testimonies currently submitted, but I'd like to ask the audience if there are any individuals who would like to speak to this public hearing for the budget adoption.
Would anybody like to ask any questions or submit a blue card?
And we have one speaker coming up.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I just would like to just make a comment in regards to take in consideration our water bill needs to be paid and our trash bill needs to be paid, and that will tremendously help our general fund. Thank you. Let me clarify it. Let's make sure our residents pay their water bill, okay, and their trash bill. So that way we have the money in our general fund instead of giving away our money, our water, and not getting paid for it, because this is what puts us in a deficit when we need to have these important and vital benefits to our city. And that money really can help us out when it comes to stuff like this. So we're not short here and we don't need here, but then again, we have millions of dollars, a few millions of water bills that are not paid, and the trash, and that adds up. So if we would make sure we collected our water and our trash bills, that money goes into our general fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cuellar. Is there anyone else in the council chamber wishing to speak?
Given there's no additional comments, at this time, the public comment portion of the public hearing is now complete. Each council member will now have the opportunity to provide additional comments to advancing. Well, we're not ready for advancing a motion, but we'll continue the items here. So, where are you? Where is Erica? I don't see you, Erica. There you are. Okay.
I'm sorry that I'm short. All right. With that, at this time, we will open the floor for any items that council members wants to pull from the city manager recommended enhancements.
May I start, Mayor?
Okay, so we'll start with Councilmember Fajardo on the city manager enhancements.
Thank you. It's a fairly short list, so it's pretty easy and quick to go down. Number one, I'm fine with. Number two, can you just explain, so provide training and development opportunities for staff in accordance with the city council strategic goal for citywide employee recruitment, retention, and morale. What exact training is this? Who's doing this? I'm just trying to understand what this actually is.
Sir, some of these are facilitated through our Human Resources Division. Some of them are safety trainings. We've got a number of new employees throughout the city, customer service training. So it's a broad list of training programs that the city opts to invest in. In addition to that, this current year, we just finished up our first San Fernando Leadership Academy, which was facilitated by a consultant and specifically towards managers and supervisors in the city. And again, we had an outside consultant who facilitated that. So it will allow us to continue to expand upon, again, citywide trainings throughout the city to ensure both from a customer service perspective as well as from a service delivery standpoint, that there is that we make a significant investment in our employees in order to continue to build morale in addition to knowledge, skills, and abilities.
Okay. So, again, one of my concerns with some of these is projecting what our budgets will be, especially due to the swap meet. I'm more inclined to approve something like this at the mid-year budget if we bring it back, once we see what our revenues actually look like at that time. So for me, this is something that I would want to not eliminate, but postpone from the official budget. I would give this an M category as of, oh, you can call it X. I give it an M for meaning mid-year, reconsider it then. And the Vector Solutions Guardian software, so it provides supervisory tools for staff in accordance with City Council strategic goals. For citywide employee recruitment, retention, morale, software will use AI learning capability to recommend personalized training opportunities for each staff member based on contents of evaluations. Oh, this is number 3, sorry. It sounds like really broad and general, but if someone has like a better explanation on that, that would be helpful.
Yes, Councilmember Fajardo. So the Guardian software is for our police staff to be able to properly and adequately do evaluations on our employees. It also starts to keep track of trends for employee performance. The way that we currently do evaluations is basically a Word document that the supervisor fills in. This is a way to be able to track things real time from a performance standpoint to deal with both when an employee has performance issues or to also note when someone is, rising above and performing above. So.
Isn't this something that would have to go through, and perhaps I'm wrong, but the MOU isn't this wouldn't this potentially be a meet and confer item with the POA?
I don't believe that it's a meet and confer item. All of the items that we currently have within our evaluation system can be basically put into this new system. It's basically an accountability component. So
this is another thing that I would be okay holding off on. I would just want to get their feedback on it. I know that there have been concerns in the past on how evaluations have been done, and I also want to hear not just from the management portion, but from the rank and file in terms of how they see that this improves the process for them. So, sorry.
One of the union members was key in actually finding this company and this software package for the evaluation process. Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Padilla, with regards to number 3 on here, it is essentially a software tool that changes the mechanism or enhances the mechanism for employee evaluations in the police department. Is that potentially a meet and confer item? Okay.
It does affect terms and conditions of employment.
So I would want to hold off until we actually have that meet and confer process based on the city attorney's information. Number 4, time clocks, thank you so much. I appreciate that. For the time clocks and timekeeping, how are we operating right now? I mean, this seems like it would be really important in any organization. So I don't know if we just write it on a piece of paper, which is fine. Many businesses do that. But what is the process and why are we trying to enhance this?
I can speak to that a little bit. So you are exactly right. We do a lot, especially in our PD department in terms of pen and paper. And the goal is so that this system would connect to the other portion of the city's time clock system, because specifically for public safety, because they have what we call advanced scheduling, they're not able to do the same method of clock in, clock out, or scheduling that other employees do, because we have what we call a standard schedule, whereas they have advanced scheduling. So this system would be specifically for public safety. It would then feed into the system so that as they schedule, it then feeds into our timekeeping system so that we can then import it for payroll purposes.
Does it kind of equalize it amongst employees?
That's correct.
Yeah, I kind of want to have the same standard for everyone. I know that some departments feel left out over others, so I definitely support item number 4 then. And I apologize, you're still standing. I think that I might have inadvertently cut you off, and if that's the case, I apologize, just with there being 50-something line items. I'm trying to go through this list with haste, but if you want it, did you have something else to say?
I was just going to say, for the timekeeping component, it also allows the police department to be able to better understand where and how we're using overtime, which is important for, overtime trends and things like that. So we have to, currently, as Erica mentioned, we're doing it with pen and paper, and this would allow us to be able to, chart it out and see where we're actually spending the money.
That's fair. An employee who's no longer here told me about 30 some odd years ago, the chief and one of the lieutenants used to let the guys go out for golfing and they would still get paid for it, clocking in at the police department. And so having any kind of oversight where on all of our employees, having it equal across the board helps eliminate stuff like that. And so I know that the police department isn't that way now, but the fact that that even happened 30 some odd years ago where some people would supposedly just get time off, this is a welcome change.
Thank you.
So 5 I'm fine with, 6 I'm fine with. The record specialist, this is for the police department or is this for the city? I believe the city clerk's department had nothing.
Yeah, that's for us.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. The department's very behind on its record keeping from what I've heard.
That is very correct, sir.
Yeah, so this I feel is necessary. I'm okay with holding off on item 8 until at least the mid-year budget. Again, I want to see how this involves the meet and confer process. I also want to learn a little bit more about this. Mr. Padilla, adding a new sergeant, does that involve meet and confer? And this is a different type of sergeant. I believe this was like an admin sergeant. Was that the correct term?
Yes, sir. It's still a sergeant. It's a special assignment for a sergeant.
So there's adding a special assignment for a sergeant. Is that potentially something that is meet and confer?
That would sound like something more within management rights, but I would have to confess that would probably require a little more research on.
You're correct, Mr. Padilla, because, I mean, it's already within their MOU, so what he's saying is it's just a position. However, the special assignment associated with that position is the language that they were originally using. So this would not be a meet and confer item.
And as a point of clarification, that position never went away. It just wasn't filled. So I was in that role when I went back into detectives and I got promoted. So we haven't had an opportunity to put a sergeant full-time into that position.
And we currently have a sergeant position open right now, correct?
Well, there's an administrative process that is currently ongoing. If that may determine whether there's a position open or not, we have a commander position that we need to fill as well.
That one I know.
Through a process. And then this position here, if approved, would be that one open position. And
I see.
Yes.
Okay.
And the purpose of this is, in addition to ensuring that training and other legislative requirements are met, that there's an important aspect to this, and that's the record-keeping piece for sworn officers, and ensuring that logistically, whether it's the fleet that is properly maintained, the police facility that's properly maintained, as well as other logistical aspects of operating the police department, in addition to handling special events. There are a lot of special events that the city is currently has and is looking to have, and so this sergeant would also be responsible for ensuring any police input with respect to special event staffing is all is met with the expectations that the city has of the police department.
Okay. Especially given that one might open up, I would rather wait again until the mid-year on this one personally, and that's number 8. Number 9, I'm good with. Number 10, I'm good with. Number 11, reclassify 2 full-time program specialists to 1 RCS coordinator. So does that mean that it's only changing 1 position? Or is it 2 positions?
No, it's to reclassify 2 program specialists to coordinators. So it would be 2
For both of them?
Yes.
And I know that you said that if they continue with the current work that they're doing, they might be operating out of class, which is, again, is important to know because we don't want our employees to be working out of class. It's unfair to them. It's potential liability to the city. Do you believe it's necessary for both employees in order to avoid that, or is it potential to have just one?
With the increase in activity that we have seen in the last few years, and with the increase of activity that we anticipate with the World Cup coming up and the Olympics, collaborations with UCLA and with other nonprofit agencies, yes, I believe that both of them would have to be reclassified.
So given that the opinion is partially predicated on the World Cup and the Olympics, which, will be over at a certain point in time, uh, do you have opposition to having them reclassified for a partial time, like versus a permanent reclassification?
I would, only because our programs keep growing, not only in the number of programs, but the expansion of current programming.
Okay, that's fine. So number 11, I'm okay with. Number 12, I'm definitely a no on. I know that we stated before that we could just maintain our core services. We can't afford a new full-time employee. Again, part of the reason is that we have an obligation to keep our current employees. City of Los Angeles just declared a fiscal emergency, and I forgot the exact number, but they let go, or they're planning to let go, somewhere between 600 to 800 people. I never want us to get to that point. First of all, just because it can be devastating to someone's, well-being and their family. But in addition to that, it also erodes the city's credit rating. And we had to do that when I first came into office in 2013. Despite the fact that we wanted to improve the city's economic standing, we had to declare a fiscal emergency, which actually lowers our credit rating when we do so. And I presume that the same applies to City of LA. I also believe that irrespective of what the economy looks like in the future, we are, at a reasonable point in time, going to have to give all of our employees raises, and we have to be able to have funds for that. So number 12, I'm a big no on. And number 13, I'm okay on.
Councilmember Garcia.
Okay, just to clarify the process, do you want us to pull the items and discuss them, or just pull them and we're going to discuss them? Sorry, no, I just don't know if I should follow suit or
Easier is just pull the ones you don't
pull
want.
them. Like,
Just pull the
consent-
ones you don't want.
Okay, so I'm just gonna, well, 8, 9, 10.
Thank you.
Are those mid-years, or you want them just X'd out completely?
Ultimately, I'm going to do the exact same thing.
Oh, really? Okay.
And that's all, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, I'm gonna pull off 10, 11, and 12.
Oh, we want to have the number of council members. So it should be like 2 M's or 2 X's, so we know how many people.
Well, ultimately, because I'm going to pull them anyway, the notion for right now is just that I'm pulling them, so.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood the process then. Okay. I thought that this was our tally already.
No, you
I'm
gave us
sorry,
an
and I'll
earful.
let
Gotta
you
listen
go.
better, yeah.
Righto.
I'll let you go with that misunderstanding, and I'm so sorry. But no, I'm just pulling the items for right now, and then we can go back over them.
I'm sorry.
Vice Mayor Solorio.
Thank you. So clarifying question for item number 3, since it's a meet and confer item, how does this impact the budget then if we go through the whole budget and then exhaust the whatever the remainder would be, or the total amount? How do we go back mid-year? Do we appropriate new funds for these, if anything? Just to clarify the process of mid-year budget, if we did postpone things. Thank you.
So if we postpone anything at mid-year, and actually, one of the recommendations that I have through this budget process because of the economic uncertainty is actually to conduct a quarterly budget update, and that way we know and are able to react a little bit more quickly and respond to the economic environment. But the notion at that time is for us to evaluate our revenues and to ensure that they're on track. However, if they grow beyond what we anticipate or what we forecasted, we'll be able to also know that real time, so that if there is room to grow in any of those areas, again, we'll have this list so that we can make those decisions as well in terms of additional appropriations that the council might desire at that time.
So, and then again, just to clarify then, so if we did postpone anything to mid-year, but we exhausted the funds at this time, we would have to allocate general fund money at that time for these items?
Yes, ultimately, yes. What we would do is we'd come back to the table and say, these are new items that we want to appropriate then, and that would be a new process and an amendment to the budget. And I
Okay.
apologize, yes, that's it.
And then I guess just because I'm okay with number 3, what I'm saying is that I don't want to have to do that in the mid-year.
But can I make a suggestion?
Go
For
ahead.
right now, I will say for right now, it's pooled. And
Yeah.
so what we'll do is we'll end up approving the slate that
I see.
doesn't have issues, and then we can always come back and vote and see if that particular item has 3 votes associated with it. So we're not tallying just yet. We're just pulling items so that we can determine how much is remaining and available.
Thank you. The one other one that I wanted to ask a question just for clarification, item number 12. Can you please explain how it offset the cost for the new position in reducing the part-time hours by $30,000, given that this one is asking for an ongoing of $60,000?
Sure. So on one hand, and I'll let our Director of Recreation and Community Services certainly add to it, but there were part-time hours that were associated with some of the work, especially with regards to facility rentals. And so a piece of that is to offset some of those part-time hours that will otherwise be facilitated. In addition to that, some of the special events that were done and conducted, what we did was those are offset by revenue as well, in terms of the fact that we believe that those positions will have the ability, once they're added across all of those categories, to assist in fundraising and getting sponsorships through the department. And again, I'll defer the remaining of the conversation to the Director of RCS.
That's just like to echo that. We see this, the addition of this position as helping in that respect, actually creating some revenue generating programming that can enhance the already approved special event programming. Also, a big part of our special events is fundraising.
Yeah.
That's why last year this council approved $50,000 in gap funding, which all of it was used. And a big part of why all of it was used was because we just didn't have the time to do any fundraising with the big companies that like to make big donations.
So essentially, this position could potentially pay for itself because of the fundraising that we actually need to do across the year for special events and the proposed additional special events on this budget.
That would be the goal, yes.
Thank you. No further questions on that one. I'm okay with that one. Staff evaluate OT and potential. Okay, no items for me to pull at this time.
I don't have any items to pull. Just, in the items that Councilmember Fajardo mentioned in regards to meet and confer, I'm saying leave them on there, let them meet it so that they make it on the budget, and then meet and confer. And if they find that they're unable to, there's no agreement with the unions, then just don't purchase them, once they've met and conferred. So that's my suggestion on those. So that's it for me. So, okay, Ms. Milton?
Next time you all can interrupt me if I'm breaking the rules. So just like throw something or just.
It was actually pretty good to, we all got a slate through. We went through all of them, so it was good, as long as not everyone did it. So
When I said the wrong prop, like prop 36 or 40, no one corrected me. Just say, no, you mean this. It's okay, you can correct me. That's good, I feel better.
All right, at this time, based on the items that were approved, there is currently a remaining general fund balance available to appropriate of $339,070.
I don't know if this is proper procedure, and I don't know if I will be convincing enough to Councilmember Fajardo, but I actually did meet with the unions of our 2 biggest employers, and they actually are good with the Vector Solutions Guardian software. So if that is any influence to you, we might be able to disapprove that one. Yeah.
All right, we will now enter into round 2, where the goal is to review the remaining surplus balance. Again, that amount was about $339,000. Oh, let me go back. At this time, what we can do is conduct another round of discussion if there's any items that require, that any council members would like to discuss further or acquire further detail on. Following an additional round of discussion, what we will do is go through and ask each council members which items they would like to approve by number, and then from there, we will determine if there are items that have 3 or more votes and do another tally of the available balance. So for this round, through the mayor, we will again have another round of discussion. If there are any questions, and we do have staff available to answer questions with regards to any of the items that are both city manager proposed as well as any items that are council proposed. With that, Mayor, if you would like to call on council members at this time for questions or clarifications.
Okay, Councilmember Fajardo?
I can clarify a question though, unless you're ready. I'm so sorry.
You have a clear question? Oh, yeah, go
Yeah,
for it.
I want to clarify a question. Wouldn't it be easier to just go through the ones that were pulled, and if there's no 3 votes consensus to pull
agree.
those items, then those would just be approved? Okay, can we do that? So the first item I think was 3, or do you have them up there, the ones that were
Yeah.
not recommended?
It's the one without the check boxes, without the
So-
5 check.
Should pull them up.
All right, so for the city manager items,
Yeah.
the first is citywide employee training programs for 25,000.
That didn't have 3 votes?
No, it does.
It
So
might.
If it has 3 votes to not approve is what I'm saying. So if it has 3 votes to not approve, it doesn't move forward, and that's easier, right?
Yes, we absolutely can.
The other ones all have 5 affirmative votes, so it has to total up to 3.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll focus on those items at this time. So the first item is citywide employee training programs. You want to call council members?
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez, Councilmember Fajardo,
No.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
The motion passes.
The next item is Vector Solutions Guardian Software, which is a supervisory software tool for the police department.
So this one I can remove. Now that you said they spoke with them about him, I didn't have a chance to do that, so we can remove this one.
That's all yes.
Okay, I'll go ahead and call the roll call vote. Councilmember Lopez,
This is number 3.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
But Ms. Milton, but, so council members, Vice Mayor Solorio didn't pull any. I didn't pull the item. And,
One person basically pulls it, and then we all vote on it.
but then we already had the vote of 3 on it. Isn't that correct?
We hadn't taken a vote originally because
So now
we
we're
did-
taking a vote?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, okay. Well, I'll go your way.
okay, so Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion passes.
The next item is upgrade police officer to sergeant. And this is item number 8.
I have a question first. Councilmember Garcia, did you happen to talk to them about this item?
Yes, I will say this with the, I think I'm a little fuzzy. I think that they're in favor, I would say for the public works and the police sergeant, nobody's opposed to the idea. There is the concern that that position will be unfilled, the line worker, the on-the-field worker. So I was almost gonna propose like a trigger or a halfway, like let's fill.
A
because-
mid-year, maybe?
A what?
A mid-year?
Oh, yeah, maybe like a mid-year or something, because I know for police officers, I mean, the patrol officers is 12-hour shifts, and the sergeants is like more like a standard shift.
Okay, got
And
it.
then for public works, it's like, that one's gonna be easier to fill, because they don't have to go through a 6-month training.
So that's number 8, and then what was the other one you said that you
It's
asked?
8, 9, 10. I
Oh,
was.
8, 9, 10?
I
Okay,
don't know
got
if
it.
there's a way, but 9 and 10 could probably get filled more quickly.
Okay, all right, thank you.
But
That was-
anyways, that was kind of what I understood.
Okay, so we're voting on number 8, upgrade police officer to sergeant. Councilmember Lopez, Councilmember Garcia,
No.
Councilmember Fajardo,
I'm gonna be M for mid-year.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion passes.
The next item is convert Public Works Management Analyst to Senior Management Analyst. This is item number 9.
Councilmember Lopez.
I, not at this time.
I'm sorry, can you repeat
No.
that? No. Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Fajardo.
Mid-year?
Vice Mayor Solorio.
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion fails.
The next item is number 10, convert Public Works Senior Maintenance Worker into Public Works Supervisor.
Councilmember Lopez.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Fajardo.
Mid-year?
Vice Mayor Solorio.
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Next item. Erica, I'll help you. Next item is reclassifying 2 full-time program specialists to 2 rec coordinator. Julia?
Yes. Councilmember Lopez.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo.
I'm skeptical, but I'll let it go. Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio.
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Next item is reclassifying 2 part-time staff to, actually reclassifying part-time hours to establish 1 RCS coordinator.
Councilmember Lopez.
That's number 12?
Number 12.
Yes, no.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo.
No way. I'm actually a no on the whole budget over this.
Vice Mayor Solorio.
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Erica, I think that item is yes by Councilmember Garcia and no by Councilmember Lopez.
That's correct. Number 12?
Yes.
Yes, it's no on me.
And I think number 10, Vice Mayor Solorio was yes. And then may I ask Ms. Melton, for those same 8, 9, 10, or I guess 8 passed, 9, 10 that Councilmember Fajardo said mid-year, I'm of that same vein. How do we reserve, and you might have said this 10 minutes ago, but how do we reserve that funding so that we
The
can?
only way is putting it on there, approving it, and with reviewing it like 3 months from now or 6 months from now to see.
How about, Madam Mayor, I think maybe kind of piggyback on Ms. Councilmember Garcia mentions, like, if the council would consider approving it, just put a trigger point, like maybe don't hire until mid-year review.
Or
that
until
way we
it's
can
filled,
allocate money for it.
until the position that they're converting from is filled, then you can immediately, and I don't know how we do that in a budget, if it's half the budget, but I'd be willing to approve something like that.
We might need some clarification on those two. For the management analyst, all the positions are filled for that particular one, as well as for the Public Works maintenance, and I'll let the Director of Public Works speak to those.
Yeah, the value you're seeing in the chart is based on the fact that it would take about a half year to recruit. So it's why the ongoing cost is more than what the initial cost is. Okay, so knowing that the position, like for instance on number 9, knowing that we would have to go out for recruit, we have $7,500 in there for it, and the ongoing maintenance of that one is what?
The maintenance is 18,000.
Yeah, I mean, the value that's put in there is based on the fact that we wouldn't have that position filled until like December or January. It takes about 6 months to bring someone on board.
So then, thank you, Mr. Johnson. So does that mean that we will not be converting this individual to the next level until we find the person who's going to take over those responsibilities and is hired?
Yeah,
for that?
on the senior analyst, on the senior maintenance workers, the thought behind that was to do it similar to what was done at PD and invite the current staff to apply for the position. The people that were qualified would be on a rotational basis for a 90-day period, I believe, PD did last time. And so that would probably, start sometime around September or October, once we went through the internal recruitment of that. So there's a little bit of delay before the actual cost is accrued by the city.
Mm-hmm. I think that answers the cost question. I guess I'm not sure if it answers the question of enough hands on deck to do the senior maintenance worker jobs and the.
Yeah, the supervisory position is a hands-on. It's not just from a desk, but they actually grab one end of the sheet of plywood and they're working with the other maintenance workers. So they're not free from the duties. It's just that they're more or less the lead and they're setting up the job in addition to the more complicated tasks that are performed out there. I don't know if my operations manager would like to speak to that.
So it's called a field supervisor. Supervisors do work, but they also have the responsibility of doing some clerical. So they will assist with the requisitions and other type of paperwork, but they will remain on the field majority of the time.
I just need a quickly, maybe you can help me to understand this position. So the recruitment is going to be internal first, or is?
Yes, we have several senior engineers that are senior maintenance workers as well as maintenance workers that would qualify for those positions.
Are they going to start the position in 6 months, or it's going to be for next, let's say, we approve the budget, it's going to start in September?
Yeah, it would be September, October by the time we went through the recruitment. Even though it's internal, we have to create a test, right? We have to interview, we have to rank them, okay? And then we determine who's first in a rotational period as well as an evaluation. And they would essentially be in a position for about 3 months. And then we would rotate another senior engineer, and then we would compare them all. We wouldn't have a permanent appointment depending on how many people applied for it, at least until a year from now.
Okay, thank you.
And so as an example of that, when I promoted to superintendent, I did the same thing. When I was a supervisor too, I went into a 3-month kind of trial of superintendent, me and 3 other individuals. Then we went and did some the testing process of it to get to when I became a superintendent. So it'll be similar to that.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Milton? Are we done on this category?
Yes, unless there's any changes to items 9 and 10. I know I highlighted them because I know that there was a concern about how we would redress them. So I just want to make sure that that was clarified and answered for everyone before we move on to the council items.
Okay. I think we're done for now.
All right, with that, I'll bring back
Mhm.
up our handy dandy. All right, so for round 2, we'll review our remaining balance and conduct a round of discussions with regards to council items. If there's any items that anyone needs clarification on, that list has a large number of items. So for that round, what we will do after discussion is just ask council which numbers that they would like to approve, rather than going through again, because that would result in going through 30, but rather just highlighting the ones that each council member would like to approve. We currently have a remaining general fund available balance of $175,340 to appropriate.
Are we going to do the entire list or just a portion at a time? That's a lot to go through.
My recommendation is just for each council member to, similar to the first round, just pull items that they have questions, comments, or require clarifications for. If they have none, we can continue and just vote on items and have council authorize items that they would like to approve.
And
Okay.
we won't know if the items we want to approve fall within the remaining, or are we, is there a way you're tracking that, or?
So for the initial, so we're going to do it in 2 rounds. The first is if anyone will go around and ask each council member, is there any items that they would like to pull? The second is that we'll poll similar to last time, but we'll ask for specific numbers that council members would like us to authorize. Once we do that, we'll be able to be concurrently tallying if we've hit 2 or how many, if we've hit over 3 council members who've authorized it, and then that'll also bring up our total, if that makes sense.
Okay, so this first round is just basically if we have questions.
Yes, this is questions, clarifications, just pulling an item for discussion if there's any questions that anyone has. Because this was a very lengthy list, and some of them, as you see in the amounts, just have to be determined if council wants to ask questions or specifically designate which of the options that they would like to move forward with during their approval, so.
Okay, Councilmember Fajardo,
I have none.
Councilmember Garcia,
None.
Councilmember Lopez,
None.
Vice Mayor Solorio.
No questions.
I have none. Okay, so now we're going to vote?
Yes, so we will go, if we'll ask each council member which items that they would like to be approved, and they can just give me the number, and from there, we'll add that to the tally.
Okay. Let's vote.
And I'll just pull number 44, just because that one's the one that pertains for this weekend, or this upcoming week. It's for the 4th of July celebration for the detail that we're going to discuss anyway, so that one can just be first. And I think it was, I don't know if Kanika, you wanted to discuss that one, or how do we open it up? Because it's already approved. The event is already approved, but
The event is gonna happen this Friday, and in looking for direction, there was direction to proceed with the event to continue. There was discussion about having an event as a shorter time frame, but I did check with our director of recreation, and that's not possible since we already scheduled with the vendors to proceed, and they'll proceed with the regular hours that was planned.
okay. And then the motion on the table would be to approve the item as is. So that would be option number 1 was the first one, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I motion that we move forward with item number 44 as it has already been approved.
Can I clarify this one? Oh, right, this is for police. Never mind. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought it was additional funding.
There was a second. Can we do a roll call?
Roll call, please.
Clarify who the second was?
Ready?
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio.
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion passes.
And since I already have, I wanted to just.
So hold on a second. Yeah. So Ms. Milton, are you going to be calling the
Yes.
items out so that we can vote?
Yes, we'll just go through each.
I
Okay.
apologize, I missed that. Thank you.
All right. Let's go left.
Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and call the items out, starting with number 14, the vacant tree wells, additional trees. Councilmember Lopez,
The number
number 14,
14, No, not this moment.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion passes. Number 15, addressing illegal dumping. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
No.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio.
I'm gonna vote no, and just to clarify, we already have like an ad hoc working on this, so like, am I correct on that, Kanika? In bringing, sorry, our disposal company to post, to be in different areas of San Fernando to address illegal dumping, or just for people to dump?
We don't have an ad hoc for illegal dump, but we do have an ad hoc that was just recently created by council to evaluate our waste hauler.
Isn't that the one that's going over
Going over,
the contract?
correct.
Is that for Republic? Yeah, it's not addressing illegal dumping. It's just addressing the contract, line by line.
I see. No, I think I'm talking about the CBDG funds that we would use in order to, I thought we had this conversation.
I think the CDBG fund, that's discussion that will come back to council in August, is to do a neighborhood cleanup program that's going to happen 4 times a year for people to have bulky item picked up, but it's not specific for addressing illegal dumping. I think this item here is
I see.
looking to create a task force of public works staff to respond to illegal dumping, paying extra hours to our public works team to address illegal dumping throughout the city.
Thank you for the clarification. Okay, no.
No. And Mayor Mendoza.
No. I know my name's on there, but I'm going to go no.
Okay, motion fails.
No, I always do it, so forget it. Yeah.
The next item is number 17, upgrade non-emergency. Did we skip 16? Oh,
16.
okay. My apologies. Item number 16, cell phone charging stations for public use at parks. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
No.
Councilmember Fajardo,
No.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion passes. Now we are on item 17, upgrade non-emergency police phone system.
I will comment for this item. There are $0 associated with that. We incorporated it along with the notes that the city does use a regional program and has received grant funding for that. However, that requires some coordination with the other regional program participants, and we're getting ready to turn that system on as soon as we can, as soon as the all other participants are available. So that item has 0 funding associated with it. So with that, we can move to item number 18.
Okay.
Item number 18 is wrap for trolley buses, vans. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo,
No.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
No.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item, number 19, increased trolley hours. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Solorio.
What's the determination, the to be determined amount? Based on options that we have to go through now?
We can vote for it, and then we can come back and discuss the options, just to make the process a little bit easier so that we can continue. We can approve in concept and then define it.
Okay, yes, then for now.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion passes. Item number 20, graffiti removal during the weekend. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Yes, motion passes. Item number 21, September 14th, El Grito Event Celebration. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia, Councilmember Fajardo,
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
Given that there's another special event, no at this time.
and Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion passes. Item number 22, Liberty Bell Permanent Location.
I'll also speak to this item as it has $0 funding. The Public Works Department was able to approve, is able to move that within existing resources. We can bring that item back at a later time to discuss the exact location. With that, we can move on to item number 23.
Item 23 are 2 interns per department. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
No.
Councilmember Fajardo.
At a cost of 90,000? Is
Oh,
that what it is? Yeah, there's no way we can afford that. No.
Vice Mayor Solorio, Mayor Mendoza,
Although I'd like it, yeah, I think it's a great opportunity for students. Maybe you can change it to 1, but
I'd be open to that even if it was, I guess, less for departments.
1 would make it 45,000. We change it to 45,000
Yeah,
for 1.
Well, I think the departments would be open to at least getting 1, yeah.
I'll go for 45,000, then we'll look.
so if we can continue this final round of vote
Okay.
for 90,000, your vote, Mayor Mendoza?
For 90,000, no.
So that item fails. The revised motion would be for 45,000 for
Yes.
2 interns?
1 intern for 40.
1 intern for
one in-
45,000? Is that correct?
Right. So currently, each department has 1 intern. So the notion was then we would add an additional intern at each. So the goal was 2 interns per department, and that's where the cost was derived. So if we were to divide this in half, it would be just providing 2 additional interns throughout the city.
So they already have 1 intern.
That is correct. Each department currently has 1 intern.
Okay, so I'm a no.
So I'll go ahead and move on to item number 24, wayfinding signage for downtown. Councilmember Lopez,
Just a clarification. Is that the same, that's not the same as street sign, correct? It's. So for street signs? Is there a different meaning between wayfinding signs and street signs, or is it the exact same thing? Sorry, I just want to know what it is, yeah.
No.
I'm
no,
gonna know
they're-
anyways on the
they're-
budget.
They're
but-
different.
Oh, they are
You
different.
know, we currently have wayfinding throughout the city that we replaced last year in the enhancement. Okay, and these are specific wayfinding signs to point people in the direction of downtown, is my understanding of the request, right?
From the direction that we were given was parking lots is what we were told.
Yeah, so I think it was, so the wayfinding signage was to direct people from our parking lots instead of being sedentary, especially in the Tesla parking charging station, to be able to find what is in the mall so that we get them out of the parking lot.
I don't know. Oh, so that's what it is, okay, yeah, so.
Might be a good idea.
so Councilmember Lopez,
yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
No.
Councilmember Fajardo,
No.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza,
Yes.
motion passes. Item number 25, volunteer recognition program. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
No.
Councilmember Fajardo,
No.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza,
No.
motion fails. Item number 26, staff recognition program pins. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
No.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yeah, I'm fine with that, yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza,
The only reason I'm going to be a no because if you're recognizing someone because they did well, it just sometimes it just, you don't, it might make an employee feel bad. And I don't want anyone to feel bad because they wonder, why was that person selected and I wasn't? And
This is
they
not,
feel,
just to
you know,
clarify, it's not
just to
to select
clarify.
anyone. It is a milestone pin. So like if
A
you, yeah,
milestone?
if you earn
5
like
years, 10 years?
exactly, yeah, just to
Oh,
bring that
okay.
program back.
If that's what it is, yes.
Okay, motion
Yes,
passes.
thank you.
Item number 27, Christmas Holiday Parade. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
This one's very hard because I really want this, but $100,000 is our almost entire budget.
Can you verify the price? Because I feel like this number is a little bit high. Because, we have several events in the past and it was maybe 20 or the most 30. Or we can have like a sponsor.
Yeah, can you I would like to clarify the cost too, just because for El Grito event, the two options are 12,000 and 37,000, and this one looks like 100,000. Is it because we're closing more streets down, or what's the difference?
Yes, we actually looked at past events that that would require closure of the streets, traffic management, event and event management along with restrooms, the basically business notifications, all that requires for a mile and a half parade, and ultimately this is the projection that our team came up with.
We can compare the ones from Pacoima. I don't think they get this kind of, and I feel they're like maybe 3 or 4 miles.
Yeah, and then I also just want to clarify, like when we do our mile run, we close down that whole street and it's a mile plus the parking lot. So I guess what's the difference? How much do we spend on that one?
That one, for traffic management, as far as the whole event, was around with sponsorships, donations, it was around 50,000.
And plus, in the Christmas parade, maybe we can connect it with the lightning for Christmas tree. And maybe using the same day would be cheaper since we already, kind of secured that date.
I guess that's a clarification. So what I'm hearing is since we already closed down the mall for the Christmas lighting, would we be able to essentially do a parade versus that? I mean, I don't know if that's
No,
up for
maybe
discussion,
together.
but together, yeah.
Because they're already gonna close the streets for that.
I guess the question is, does it help the funding versus or not, or you need more time, I think, to clarify
We
that?
would, if that's the council's direction, I would need a little more time to confer with my team as far as what it would take to condense those two events into one.
That's the best option. 'Cause 200
So I'm gonna vote yes to show my support, knowing that the next round I will face the facts and that we're dealing with a very big number. But for this round, I'll vote yes.
Okay, Councilmember Fajardo.
I mean, as the numbers don't matter anyways. We're digging ourselves more into debt. So if you guys just want to pile it on, I mean, I'm gonna vote no on this budget. It's the worst budget I've seen ever since I've been on the council. So I'll just add a yes to be friendly and to show you my support. This isn't the bad part of the budget. The other parts of the bad part. A one-time expense is okay, but recurring expenses, man, we just can't afford this. So I'll just be a yes on this.
Vice Mayor Solorio.
And to clarify, I'm a no on the 100,000. What I was saying is if we're advancing a motion for the second one to move forward for a less amount, like 50,000, I would be okay with that, but no.
So what's on the table currently is the
The 100,000,
100,000.
no. Yeah.
No. And Mayor Mendoza?
Yeah, at 100,000, I think it's out of our range based on our budget. We only have 150,000 as a council to spend and spend 100,000 on it.
And my one item that I had wasn't on, even on the list. Yeah, I had asked, it was actually not last Thursday we met, it was last Wednesday. I had said that I wanted overtime for public works so that they can document those 125 obscene pieces of sidewalk that need to be fixed because I lost the list that I made and the costs associated with fixing those 125. Everything else will be small sidewalk issues, but these are like enormous, like tree roots protruding. So that never made it to the list.
But we allocated over $1 million on sidewalks.
That's,
much
we all get a
did-
chance to put something on this list.
Yeah.
I put in my request on time and it did not make it on the list.
We can add it.
So
I'm so sorry. So I do
it
want,
doesn't matter. I mean, I'm a no anyways, but if you want to throw it on there, then I guess whatever, let's just slap it on.
But there is over $1 million on sidewalks.
Not for this. It's for that one company, Precision, I forgot what they're called, but they do that diamond cutting.
Yeah.
But they only do the smaller portions of the sidewalk. They won't do the huge bumps because it's not part of their system. It's about doing the smaller portions for a cheaper cost and quicker time period. But we don't have any payment going towards the enormous ones where the tree roots are lifting them up.
Well, she can put them on. The way we decrease one, we add one.
before we move on, I certainly want to add clarification because, of course, my role in this seat is never to omit any items. And in fact, we've gone back over several iterations of this. So I know that it was a discussion as well as a couple of other public works updates, which we incorporated. For that one, it is a non-general fund item, item number 5 in particular, where there was an update from our Public Works team with regards to the sidewalk assessment. And I apologize, our Director of Public Works just stepped away, but I do want to provide at least an update with regards to that because they do have some updates with regards to that process. And that was the only reason that it wasn't omitted, it was because of the update that they were providing. So I do want to apologize if that was the intent behind it, certainly, council member, and we can make those updates. However, all of the other updates with regards to citywide tree stumps, any other things that were Public Works related, we definitely incorporated. So certainly when he returns, we can provide an update with regards to that item as well, so that nothing is omitted and overlooked as a result of this budget.
Also for the Christmas holiday parade, that motion passed. Item 28, increase police patrols and visibility in residential areas, local businesses, and public spaces such as parks. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
No.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza,
Yes.
motion passes.
And can I just clarify, one reason I voted no, there's no dollar amount. Is that, how do we budget? How do we put it in the budget?
We weren't sure, and I think that in the notes here, we asked, because we received a request for this one, and we just weren't sure and requested specificity, so you're exactly right. When we do the next round, because of course this is already over, especially with regards to some of these TBD items, so what we can do is look at the concept ones and then just go back over for clarification.
Okay, then I'll add my yes to the concept.
Okay.
All right, so
And if there are any items that are just two and need a third vote, I can be a yes on those as well. If you want to go back up. Might as well at this point. I mean, at this
No,
point.
I don't know. I don't know that that's okay because then if we're doing that, then if you're not going to approve the budget, doesn't make sense to.
I mean, at this point.
I don't know if you were
it's-
joking, but I took
No,
that
at
very
this point,
literal.
like none of this makes sense, but I'll just act, well, I do get a chance to amend my vote, so I'll just, yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry, so on item number 28, Councilmember Garcia, you're changing your no to a yes? Okay, motion passes.
Item 29, there's no budget associated with it as there are plans to upgrade the Mission Trail lighting for FY 25-26 within the existing budget, and that should actually be moved to a non-general fund item as well. So there's nothing associated with that. We can, For item number, we can skip down to item number 30.
Okay, item number 30, strengthen collaboration between the community and the San Fernando Police Department to build trust and ensure responsive service. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
I'm gonna vote no, just because I think our police department is working hard on this. Thank you.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza,
Well, I'm abstaining because I think this is, I agree with Councilmember Garcia. This is already being done where, the chief has his
okay, motion.
neighborhood watch and all these other activities that he's doing. So that's being done.
Can I just say something on this?
There's no dollar amount to it, so.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that it's not because the the police department is not doing the job. It's more like, especially now that race is happening in our community. I feel like the police is being amazing, proactive, but having that say in the record that can bring the a strong relation between the police department and the community. Like the video they just posted on social media, just recognize that our police department, right? Not recognize the LAPD or another officers from the federal government. Was the intention on this.
All right, item 30, motion passes. Item 31, ensure regular cleaning and preventive maintenance of all public parks. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
No, at this time, given that we're re-updating the parks and we have funds that we're going to be allocated for that in the future.
Mayor Mendoza,
It's 88,000. I mean, how is it that you want this done? With 88,000, we only have 150,000,
It's a
100,000.
really specific number, $355. It's not like rounded. Yeah, that's like super specific.
I mean, they can only do so much. How do you want this done?
Well,
They're being clean. They're, as with
I-
what they have, the resources they have.
We do have our Public Works team available. I do know that that cost was cleaning twice a day. And so if there's any change to that scope, but certainly our Public Works Operations Manager is available if there's any questions.
Cleaning twice a day, the restrooms, or cleaning twice a day the entire park or the entire gym, or what is it that's wanted here?
Yeah, and I'd also like to hear a clarification because I thought last time when we had this discussion, it was told that it was an internal protocol that we had to just follow in order for our public works staff to maintain the bathrooms and that this was no longer going to be an issue. So I'm very supportive of the bathrooms being clean slash the parks, but allocating an additional $88,000 for something that we're already supposed to be doing or we contract out for someone to do and they're not doing appropriately is not okay. So we need to have a conversation about that.
So currently, we do have a daily cleaning at all the parks, especially the exterior restrooms. They get cleaned on a daily basis. But they get heavily used. So the idea was that if we wanted a secondary cleaning, we just basically took their proposal, which originally is of $204,000, and just add the restrooms at the parks. And so the dollar amount is specifically here, and we just added that dollar amount that came up to the 88,000.
So this is only for cleaning the restrooms twice a day. That's it
This is for for the parks, Recreation Park, restrooms, and the park, Las Palmas, Rudy Ortega, Pioneer, and Lane.
for the entire year.
Yeah, so we would admit City Hall, Police, Public Works. It'd just be the parks.
So Rodrigo, I think the question from the council is like, is this only for cleaning the restroom in the parks, or is it cleaning the restrooms and other park maintenance? Like,
It depends because certain areas of the parks don't get cleaned on 7 days a week, but the restrooms themselves do. So areas that are high impact would be have the secondary cleaning, but for sure they're all the restrooms.
Mhm.
I have a question, but don't we have already a company who's coming in and do the cleaning?
Yes, a company comes 7 days a week at Recreation Park,
Okay,
once a day in the evenings.
once a day. If they do the job, I believe it will be enough. Not, yeah,
Right,
already.
they do, yeah.
Yeah, well,
They do it once a day. That's it.
Right, so they do it in the
yeah.
The
evening,
evening.
so if it gets heavily used, by the afternoon, it could be, it could look like it was never cleaned. But they come in, restock it, clean it, sanitize.
So nobody comes to restock it. If, toilet paper runs out, it's not restocked, right?
So if we do find out or know that we're informed that it ran out, our staff will go and replace that.
Okay, someone
If
lets
there's
them know.
something that is out of the ordinary, somebody vomits or then we go out there and clean that ourselves.
Mhm.
But they come at the end of the day to tell you that happened, and you
It
don't know
depends
when
if
it
we,
happened.
we get informed. If we don't know about it, just we don't know about it. Or if it gets vandalized or whatever the case is, then we go address it ourselves.
Yeah. But in terms of cleaning it, because it just got, filthy for, someone just didn't use it properly and it got filthy, then it just stays like that till the evening when they come in and clean it up, right?
Right, and then also during a sports season, baseball season, it tends to be a heavier use at that time
Mm.
because of the sports leagues.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess, I think that the eventual goal is to have the restrooms cleaned twice a day. And I think that's something that we need to lead up to. And we need to get the funding or figure out the funding to have that done twice a day. And we need to, if that's what we want the restrooms cleaned, cleaned in the middle of the day, and then at the end of the day, have them cleaned up. That would be the ideal thing for all our restrooms because they do, they're used after 3-4 hours, they're dirty. They need to be cleaned up.
So, Madam Mayor, I guess for clarification, Rodrigo, the estimate here is because right now we already have daily cleaning in the evening, and this estimate of 88,000 is to have one additional clean in the middle of the day, right, for all of our restroom, 7 days a week.
Yes, right now, but this is this is a price that we haven't negotiated with them yet. This is based on the original response to the proposal of the once-a-day cleaning. So that dollar amount could be less. The most it could be would be the 88 that's in the chart. And so we could come back with some additional information by approaching the vendor and saying, hey, this is the condition we're having, and actually probably go out there and collect a little more data, take a little better temperature to take a look at, well, first thing in the morning, it looks like this. By noon, it's looking like this. By 3 o'clock, it's looking like this. And then determine, well, how frequently and how often doing the week does it need to be clean, and is it a different regiment needed on the weekend? And so I guess we could take a deeper dive into it and get a better figure amount for the council to make a decision on that.
Yeah, because I think that's what needs to be done. I mean, because
I'm supportive of that as well.
yeah, I think that's what we want. We don't want the restrooms cleaned twice a day,
No, with that amount.
right? Because it's not that they're not being cleaned. They just get dirty very early in the day and they need to be re-cleaned. So, how will we do that, Miss Keith? To
So I would say that right now we have 3 votes to move forward for discussion, and then because there's not just this item, there's other items ready for discussion, right, Erica?
Yes.
And then we can take those items that we could discuss how to proceed moving forward as part of our budget adoption. Maybe we could identify those items, like earmark it for maintenance of parks, but then go back and reach out to our vendors and then look again during the mid-year budget, what that cost would be.
I
Okay.
agree, especially as you see right now, we've already exceeded the threshold, and we still have items that were, even though they were approved in concept or TBD, and we have 20 items to go. Um,
All right.
So, yes.
Okay,
All
let's
right.
continue.
Thank you.
Item number 32, Rudy Ortega Park, replace the current doors at the tea house with more secure and functional ones. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
No.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
No.
Mayor Mendoza.
No.
Motion fails. Next item, number 33, Rudy Ortega Park, install new stainless steel restroom fixtures to minimize graffiti and vandalism. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
No.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio, Mayor Mendoza.
Are they in really bad shape that they need to be replaced at this time? Or are they still usable?
So some are still usable, some are really stained badly. The reason why we wanted to go with stainless steel is for the vandalism and for the easier maintenance. It's a little more, it's a better sanitized piece of equipment.
Do they need to be changed?
Well, the thought was not just to need to change, but to give the restroom a revamp it.
Okay.
Yeah, just give it a brighter appearance. Right now it's ceramic, so we would again repaint the whole thing, redo the partition and the facilities.
Okay. All right, I'll say yes.
Point of clarification, Councilmember Fajardo, I value your opinion.
Yeah.
Are you voting yes on everything?
I think that with the way that we're going, we should just have everything on the table. So I'm gonna support everything being on the table. That is a reasonable idea. If it's like totally off the wall, obviously I'm not gonna support it, but for whatever is within reason, then it should be considered.
All right.
And when you say consider, just to clarify, because then we're going to spend more time on it if we have 3 votes. Considered for what? Because we're going to go on a 3rd round, and because we're already over budget, what's the process after that, Ms. Melton?
The process after that is that we would look at the slate of all the items that are approved, including the TBD items, and have a round where we pull items for additional consideration and then see where we are.
Okay, and then to clarify on all these park ones, although I think all of us are in support of these, is there no grant funding that is coming in the next few years that addresses these things? Is that why they're gonna also, I mean, I know that each council member can put anything they'd like to be fixed, but I'm also wondering, do we have grant funding that is going to be able to cover this? Like right now, we are going to fix, Las Palmas Park. We're gonna remodel that. So if we're spending money on this from our general fund or money that we have extra at this time, like I just don't see the reason why if we have grant funding coming in.
Sure. In some of these cases, we don't have earmarked or designated grant fund as of yet. However, we can certainly, in those instances, especially as we go through this, if it's something that council would like to consider, but giving us direction to seek out a grant funding, we can do those in those cases as well.
And then an additional question, does Public Works have the time then to do all of these projects within a reasonable amount of time? I'd like to hear that each time that we're approving these items, how soon is this gonna get done? If it would get done.
Well, it's a good question. We would just pivot. We would actually plan to where, for instance, in facilities, we would have facilities perform those duties. We have 6 full-time staff members and 1 part-time. So we would have, say, 3 cover while the other 3 perform that work. We wouldn't do it all at once, say 3-4 weeks in a row. We would pick 1 park, would do that, let that sit for a while, and then go back to picking up regular duties for a week or 2, and then hit the other park again. So this way it doesn't disturb the normal cleanliness of the daily daily at the parks.
Okay.
Okay, I will continue to item number 34. Rudy Ortega Park, repair the irrigation system. Several pipes are broken and no longer provide water to the plants. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Ms. Melton, is there a little dash there because we don't, it doesn't, it's not a cost to the budget?
That's correct. This one can be replaced through existing budget, so we can actually skip this item. I apologize. I overlooked this one. For the next one, also for Rudy Ortega Park, to replace commemorative plaques, we're working currently with, I'm going to forget what FTMBI stands for, but we're working with them right now for grant sources. And so we're actively engaged in grant processes for that particular one. For the next one after that, there's several that we're working on already that are already with either existing funds or we're working with others for grant funds currently. So with that, we can move forward to item number 38 in the interest of time.
item number 38 is Cesar E. Chavez mural area, repair and restore the water fountain on site. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
Not at this time, no.
Mayor Mendoza.
No.
Motion passes. Item number,
May I ask, Mr. Johnson, is the fountain over there at the Cesar Chavez, are we permitted to use that? You're going to look into it that if we were,
Well, last time that it was functioning when we turned it off. We turned it on because of the drought.
right?
So there was
but
an ordinance
Are we
at that
allowed to
time.
use the fountains?
I-
You're
I-
going to
I-
look into that, weren't you?
Okay, we will look into that, the ordinance on that.
Yeah, to see if we're permitted to use fountains, right?
Right.
That was something that
and
you were
if-
going to look into.
And if we are permitted, I'm sure we have to look at the equipment again because it's been sitting for a while.
Mhm.
But I'm sure we can get it back running.
all right, moving on to item number 39.
Item 39 can be skipped also because of use of existing resources. Item number 40. Can also be skipped due to use of existing resources. We will proceed with item number 41.
Item number 41, new public restroom in San Fernando Mall and other high-traffic locations. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
I just don't understand. This item itself is beyond our budget. How can we? I would think it's very important. So I would be happy, and you didn't know that when you put on the list.
I didn't know the total amount that would cost to have this restaurant in the mall, but I know a lot of the business, they're requesting this for several years, and that's what, when they asked me, the priority, so I put it there with not knowing the total, but I know if it's out of our hands, it's just in my wish list for the business.
Madam Mayor, if I can mention something. So at our last meeting, a few meetings back, council did provide direction to look into renovating the restroom at Lobos Adobe, which is not that far from the mall, to get that working and operational. So that might address the needs in the meantime while we explore other restroom facility in the mall, because there was this discussion coming up to also maybe as part of our trash enclosure, look at building a restroom as part of that design as well.
Yeah, because in other cities or in other malls, they usually have a restroom for the customers, and a lot of the business are concerned that they always, when the clients come to the mall, they always want to use the restroom, especially one of the business that are close to the Texla. There are a lot of that customers that come there. They've been asking the business to use the restroom, and sometimes those restrooms are private, just for that the owners.
So then I agree with everything you said in the concept. I guess the only reason I'm not gonna vote yes is because we just don't, it's 4 times the budget we have. So, but I would like to work with you on how we can get those. I think public restrooms are important. So that's the only reason I'm voting no.
Okay, Councilmember Fajardo?
I'll vote yes because it's needed. And based on all the new positions we created, we actually would have had the money for something like this. So it looks like we don't have the money because of past decisions that we've made. And that is the false choice. So I definitely a yes. This is absolutely necessary.
Vice Mayor Solorio?
No, if we can explore other bathrooms that are already available, I don't see why we'd have to build a whole new one. Thank you.
Mayor Mendoza?
I'm a no, but I know they're needed.
Okay,
But we don't have the
motion
money.
fails.
I'll change my vote to yes, if I may.
Okay, motion passes. Item number 42, Mr. and Miss San Fernando Scholarship. Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia?
No.
Councilmember Fajardo?
This one I'm a no on, and I'll tell you why. There used to be the Miss San Fernando competition, which is different than this. This is a scholarship. Of the people who even remember it, it was very divisive. Some people have really fond memories of it. And apparently some people told me it's just about how many tickets you sold, and that's who got Miss San Fernando, which I had no idea was about ticket sales. I don't even know what the truth is, but some people have very bad recollections of what it was. I don't know who was right, who was wrong. I just don't want anyone to associate it with that. So that's the reason that I'm a no. Like, I don't mind us giving money for scholarships. Go ahead.
I just want to clarify on this. When my intention to have this scholarship, it was my own budget to
Oh, your
create
own
this
budget.
with my own budget to create this program, but not to compete, but to motivate the students from the high school, like say San Fernando High School or Cesar Chavez High School, to help them to to motivate for the prom day, for the senior year. That's what it was my purpose to have this item, and they will come to my own personal funding.
You can
Oh,
do it
that's
through
Not
your,
my
fine.
personal funding, my budget from
you
the
can
city.
do it through your community investment funds.
Do the
Yeah.
community.
can
And you
do
get to
that
set the
with Julie.
criteria and all
With
that.
the
Oh, that's
Julie.
fine.
So it doesn't have to go through here.
Not competing, not
No.
selling, not anything, just like a scholarship.
You don't have to do it through here, but you can talk with Julie on that. Julie, do our thing, set it
I
up
still
through
will
her.
need your support on this just to, to be official, Mr. and Miss San Fernando. And that will have somebody from our youth be more motivated to be involved into the government.
I don't think we have to do it through the budget, though.
You
So I think
can do it, yeah. And you can set your own criteria too. Or you
Okay.
can talk to the scholarship committee. I'm sure that they would be, the education committee. I'm sure they'd be very happy to help you, give suggestions on stuff. So
Okay.
If I may provide a point of information, the Education Commission currently does many scholarships throughout the year. And that's something that you can definitely, if you want to use your discretionary funds as council member, that's something that we can definitely work with you with to accomplish that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, so we'll remove that line item from the budget enhancement request, number 42. Next item, number 43, expanded 4th of July event, 250th USA birthday celebration. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo,
yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
No.
Mayor Mendoza.
I'd like to, but it'll have to be a no. We don't have the funding.
Okay, motion passes. We already voted on item number 44. Moving on to item number 45, citywide signage. Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio.
What is the amount on here to be determined? Just to be clear, just because we have been replacing all the signage, if people have noticed, there's so many signage that is currently replaced. Is that amount here to replace all of them, the close to $400,000 option?
Yes, that's correct. So I'll allow our Public Works Department to speak to this item.
And just to clarify, what is the current plan to replace all signage versus allocating more funds at this time to do that?
So I've got a couple schemes on how we're replacing the signage, okay? because there's different eligible funds that I can use. Like, for instance, the street sweeping signs can come out of Measure W funding, okay? I've been replacing the overhead mast arm signs under the landscaping and lighting because the traffic signals and the traffic poles are associated with those particular signs because they're actually lit. So they're a part of that system. And I believe last year you gave two pieces of money, $37,500 and another $12,500, which was combined, that was used for replacing the wayfinding signs. In addition, as we do our street renovations, we are replacing the signs that are on the streets that we are doing the maintenance to. And so it's kind of like a dollar amount we would be asking for, it would be like $25,000 a year, and to be doing it kind of year over year until we make a significant impact out there with the signage out there. In addition, there's excess signage out there that's being removed that is faded or is unnecessary, or a duplication of signage out there. So we're slowly cleaning up the street as part of our day-to-day budgets that we have in place already.
And at this time, Public Works didn't recommend upgrading signage during their proposal, correct?
Correct.
And can you speak to why that wasn't already like an enhancement that you guys selected versus, just because, I mean, 400,000 is a lot versus a request of a yearly 25,000, which we probably would have been open to if it was an ongoing cost, unless an ongoing cost you're not open to.
It says TBD. So for me, this isn't saying that we're going to do 400,000. It's about them assessing it and coming back to us with the number. So it's neither 25,000 nor 400,000. It's like Schrodinger's cat, you know. You don't know what it is until the number actually comes before you.
Actually, and if I may, really, it was also in like similar to some of the other options where the goal is, again, we know what the total amount is, but rather seeking council direction so that certainly if we ended up with some other priorities that took precedence, it was just to say that, okay, well, of this inventory, granted, we have a need for 400,000, but even replacing 20,000 would get us far, or getting 50,000. And so certainly as a parenthetical, but in those situations, again, some of them become policy direction items. And so in those instances, we were putting kind of TBDs in those instances. So that was that was the intent, and certainly how it was, how we go about it is certainly at the direction of council.
Okay, and so my question is, within a year, would we be able to replace about 3,000 signs if we allocated the funds?
The $400,000, yeah, this would be, yes, you could do that, but it's probably not recommended, because simply I want to replace them over time. So, 10, 15 years down the line, you're not in the same position where all the signs have faded because they were replaced at the same time. So it was an ongoing, more or less an ongoing maintenance program, as well as the materials that we are using today have gotten better, and they're less subjected to some of the fading, like in your stop signs that you've seen. But some of the signs that have been out there, they've been out there 20, 30 years, and they're in need of replacement.
And so then to clarify, then this probably wouldn't cost us $400,000 at this time, given that we wouldn't replace all of them at the same time. But what is the percentage of signage that we think needs to be replaced within the next year?
The total number that we have out there is about 3,300 or 37,000. Is it 3,700? 3,200? Okay. And so I would probably recommend, replacing about 20% of them, and I would be looking at a particular kind. It would be the regulatory signs and the warning type signs, and then you would move further down the list for the ones that are not significant for safety.
Okay, and what would that cost for 20% of the 3,700?
So at approximately what were we paying?
I'm not asking.
Around $60,000.
No. I just want to clarify, right? Because I
Yeah.
want to make sure that if we're allocating funds, that we're sure on what we're allocating and what can be done in the next year.
That's the
Given
thing.
that it wasn't recommended from Public Works to do this, and if it's going to be an ongoing cost because we have to replace signage each year, are we going to put in $60,000 to replace them?
This is the thing. I think of this more as the TBD versus the 2992. And I did request this, but not this way. Basically, my request is replacing signs that need to be replaced,
Yeah.
which is far different from how this is written.
When that's exactly why I'm clarifying. I said, what of the 3,700 signs need to be replaced at this
Right.
time? And he's recommending 20% on a yearly basis in order to keep them updated. So it's a possible of 60,000 yearly, and that's what I want to make sure that we're clarifying if we're going to move this forward.
My recommendation would be to use Measure W to replace 20% of the signs, and these would be the regulatory signs that are street sweeping, which are some of the signs that the majority of the population kind of complains about. Okay, that they can't see them, they're faded. And the Measure W is a specific fund that's used for stormwater improvement, and the stormwater improvement we're talking about is the mere fact that we are doing housekeeping or street sweeping, and it's directing people not to park there, so it's an eligible cost. And so I just would recommend allocating $50,000 from Measure W to replace about 20% of the regulatory street sweeping signs that are out there.
Thank you. So what was the cost if it was 20% then? Would it be the $50,000 that we're requesting?
For
from-
budgetary reasons, we'll go with the 50,000.
Okay, so then I'm okay with that, since there is funding already for it.
One other sign that needs to be replaced that people keep asking for is there was a sign at the Chipotle lot where it was supposed to be one way only. I knew when the city council passed that, no one was ever going to care. But if it really is supposed to be one way only so people don't get in accidents, supposedly there have been close calls. I don't know. I don't monitor it. This is just anecdotally. We should put that one-way sign back. It's one of the first things that I asked for when I came back, not at a city council meeting, but with staff at the time, and it's never gotten placed back. So it's that little narrow passageway between Chipotle and then the Chipotle and then the general parking lot.
And then I know, Erica, you're putting the 50,000, but it sounds like if we already have Measure W founding, then we wouldn't allocate any funds to it.
Can go through Chipotle to the Bandolera Fund and move it to Loquiana.
I see, so it's not being added to the, okay, thank you.
You're saying,
We
you're
do
saying in
have-
the alley, right?
It's not the alley.
Mm.
After I left the city council, one of the first things that was passed was, not left, but didn't get elected, was that they wanted to open up a passageway from Chipotle to the general parking lot with the promise that people are going to follow the rules. Obviously, I was just a member of the public there. I remember telling my former colleague, Sylvia Bellin, no one's going to follow the rules. No one follows the rules, and supposedly there have been close accidents multiple times because it's supposed to be one way only, and instead it goes two ways. So when people try to go simultaneously, it leads to an accident. But this was always going to happen. This was like so evident, but the council passed it anyways. So if at the very least we have this accident-prone area, we might as well help put the sign back that says one way only. Whether people follow it or not, that's a different story. But maybe at least try to prevent an accident.
But it's always the right time to do it. Maybe this time.
Yeah.
So we do have, Mayor Mendoza, your vote on item number 45, the citywide signage.
That's for me?
Yes, that's
Oh,
using
yes,
Measure
because
W.
that's Measure W, yes.
Correct.
Well, can that be inclusive of that one sign at the Chipotle / city parking lot? Or does it have to be different funds?
I'm, I was out walking that area myself last Thursday, or not Thursday, but actually Wednesday. And there's the one-way signs. What's missing is there are some one-way signs, but it's not consistent, okay, throughout that whole back, the backup driveway for the parking lots and stuff like that. And what's missing is there's no do not enter signs. And so there should be 4 signs on each one of the driveways. So
So,
we're in the process of getting that corrected.
so that doesn't need to be budgeted for then?
It doesn't need to be
Okay.
budgeted, no.
Next item.
Okay, item number 46, citywide curb painting.
The Public Works Department believes this can be done within existing resources. I'll let them explain why.
So there's a couple of areas that we've been working on, and we had a strike team a couple of weeks ago that we were specifically working on some of the daylighting zones where we had taken out the parking meters. And so it's a time-to-time maintenance that we go out there and freshen up the curb on a kind of like a need to be done basis, meaning that most of the blightness of the curve is from people hitting the curbs with their tires and marking them up with black. We went through, with the county, we went through and we painted all the red curbs, blue curbs, yellow curbs, and green curbs throughout the commercial areas. And so it's an ongoing maintenance issue that we're doing within our own budget.
Okay, I put this on there because I had brought this up a couple times, and this came up on another agenda item. I don't recall which one it was, but I was told several months, either from 6 to 12 months ago, at a city council meeting, that within our current budget, we could probably get an inventory of the remaining one, not by you, by Mr. Kimball, or an inventory of the remaining ones that needed to be done, meaning the the ones in residential areas. So that list was never forthcoming. But if you believe that we have the funds for this within our current budget, that's fine. It's just challenging because it seems that like when something's requested, we don't always necessarily get the follow-up of when it's going to happen, what resources are needed, where the work will be done. And we're never, in the near future, I should say anyhow, we are never going to get people to assimilate to using My San Fernando app to report their problems. As I stated when we paid for it, people don't want to do it. People don't look forward to downloading new apps. When we go to other communities, Santa Clarita, Calabasas, they expect that this is done without them asking, and our residents also kind of deserve the same. So, that's my feeling on that. So if we can do this proactively without them asking, and if it can be done within our current budget, that's fine. It just feels like we're kind of going in circles where this is always semi-promised, and then it just never gets done, and then it's like, well, let's talk about the budget, and then we end up here again, and it just like never gets done. So.
As a policy, it's not recommended to paint red curbs in residential areas, especially in mid-block applications. And today we got a request about that. And the reasoning behind that is that they're asking for the red curb because someone is parking too close to their driveway. Okay. And I can't paint enough red curb that would actually address the issue, which is sight distance when they're pulling out. Okay, and so if I paint a segment of it and it's not the proper length to give them proper sight distance, there's a false sense of security, and they could still back out or pull out and have a contact with another vehicle. So it's not recommended to do it in residential areas.
I don't doubt that, but what I've asked for is the map. And this is when I had asked for that Public Works overtime. I think this was possibly predated your tenure here. It's like, let's have Public Works find those 100 remaining 25 horrendous sidewalks and then map the curbs. So if we are saying we are not going to repaint a certain curb, we at least have it as a policy decision amongst the council versus this, a high level understanding that you have, which is much appreciated. But then when you go to someone's street and they're like, my curb never gets painted, we don't have any way to point like, oh, hey, this is the reason that it's not done. So again, it's just one of those things that just keeps repeating itself. And that's why I want to know where these curbs are and which ones will get repainted, which ones won't get repainted. Believe it or not, there's actually one little cul-de-sac where no one wants the curb repainted. I forgot what street it is, but it's off of 4th Street, and it's a narrower street. There's been a red curve there, but people park there all the time anyways. They have been doing it for 15 years, and they say if that gets repainted, it's going to cause a hardship for them because there's no parking anywhere else, and the city's never enforced it. So they've actually wanted it removed. But yes, I would like a map so I at least know we are never going to repaint these curves, and this is the reason behind it. Otherwise, we're going to be back at the same point, just guessing every single year and saying that we're going to have city resources to it, and then we never kind of get any kind of map. So is that possible to actually get a map of where the curbs should be and which ones will and won't be repainted? Because Mr. Kimball said this could be done pretty easily within our budget. I forgot which agenda item it was, but it was sometime in the last 6 to 12 months.
Right. What I'll do is I'll come back. I will provide the city manager with this information. I'm told that there is a map that's available of the red curbing throughout the city, and so I'll see if I can make that available, and if not, I can see what efforts involved in producing it or at least updating the map that they do have on that.
And the blue and the green, just so we know what's going to be repainted
Well,
and what's not
I
going to be
think
repainted.
it's all curb painting map.
Yeah.
So what I'd like to do is take a 10-minute break. Quick break.
Madam Mayor, I
Yes.
think we might be almost done with the item here.
Yeah.
Erica, maybe we take another 15-minute to 9:30. Erica, are we almost close to being done?
We have
15
four, we have 4 items for discussion.
4 items.
4 items, so
Oh,
maybe
okay.
4 items to
All right.
9:30, and then we can take a break.
All right.
Hey, Madam Mayor? Okay.
Okay, yes.
Item 47, citywide tree stumps. Councilmember Lopez.
That one is also a Public Works item that they stated they can do within existing resources.
So, okay, that one doesn't have a cost. There is a stump that I mentioned when we met at Dr. Toledo's office. I don't know if it was removed, but it's been there for a while, and that one's on brand. It's next to the Ashkenazi building, like directly across from it. And kids get off, people trip there all the time. So just if we can just get rid of that tree stump or plant a tree there so that people are not tripping on it, that would be great. If it's part of that 11, if not, if we can just make it 12.
Right, so I'm not sure about that one, but yes, we're down to 11. So in the past, when there was an issue with a tree, we would just prioritize taking down the tree for safety's sake, and then we would come back for the stump. But about 4 years or so ago, we changed that policy to when we take down a tree, we take down the stump. So we proactively have been taking down a numerous amount of trees every year to where the point where we're at now with just 11. When I first started, we had over 300 stumps.
I know, I recall, yeah, you've done an amazing job, and Public Works always, does a phenomenal job with the resources they're given.
All right. Next item is number 48, immigration enforcement.
I'll also speak to that one. That is simply if there's direction to earmark funding in advance of the July 7th council meeting agenda discussion where that item will be discussed in greater detail. There's no funding associated with it at this time. However, the notion is if council would like to give direction to earmark any funding that may be remaining, which may be a part of our negative balance at this point. But nonetheless, because this item will be discussed in greater detail at the July 7th meeting.
All right, so we'll bypass that one. Item number 49, Public Information Officer Contracted Services. Councilmember Lopez.
Mm, can you clarify more on this? What will it be?
Um, Sure. For this item, which was recommended by Councilmember Garcia, the goal is to provide contractual services for communications and social media support, as well as press releases, news articles, webpage, so all things social media and public information related. And certainly, I can additionally yield the floor if Councilmember Garcia wants to discuss this item in greater detail with regards to her recommendation.
Yeah, I don't think I have any additional detail except that in noticing right now we have a current staff member post. I think they have a phone and they post when they're able to. They create the messages. So if we want that to be professionally done and accessible during, outside of business hours, um, this would be how we do it, especially with these events that are coming up very quickly, and we want to get accurate information out quickly, professional looking. That was my thought process behind this.
Madam Mayor, can I also add something? I think for the in Councilmember Garcia discussion, our public information officer right now is Julie Duarte. She is our executive assistant to the city manager, so she does a lot of other things as well as putting out the information. So we don't have a dedicated staff for this position. It's just add on to. So like our assistant to the city manager will help with doing some statement and someone here and there to put up the information on social media. So this contract would then allow us to get contract services from a professional organization to be dedicated, just be focusing on putting out social media release, press release, alert as necessary. Thank you.
I will say yes.
Yes. Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio.
So point of clarification, what is the benefit of spending about $50,000 every year? I imagine it's an ongoing cost, or that we could see, I guess, the benefit. Would this be like to increase public participation to get, because we send out like text, emails, we have the Instagram page. I guess, like, can you clarify as to maybe why would staff recommend this if they did, as to pros and cons versus what we have versus spending an ongoing 50,000 every year?
Yeah, so the contract would be up to $50,000 to bring the team to assist with public communication, public relation, and with our community. Like for example, in this situation, we could get a professional consultant on who could help us craft a message, help work with doing a statement from council that's more released in a timely manner, rather than is waiting for staff to get to it when we can. It then become a priority for them to put out the information.
I guess my thought is, we didn't go with like reclassifying an employee at $60,000, whereas like they would be able to cover gap funding for all these special events that we want to do. And then we're going to say for social media, we can pay that amount. So I'm going to say no right now, even though I see the benefit. Thank you.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. And the last item before break is item 50, Mariachi Apprentice Program. Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio. Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
So now we'll take a 10-minute break.
And also, just my number one item was not on the list that I've called for repeatedly. Should we do it after or when we come back?
No, do it now.
Let's do it now.
The thing that I've
How much do you want, Councilmember Fajardo?
no, to be honest
Just
with
say the
you, no,
amount.
I will tell you, I have asked for less money than any council member probably ever in all the time that I've been on the city council. If you calculated every single one, the amount that I've asked for is probably dramatically far less. I almost asked for nothing in the budget. I usually ask for close to nothing. I want the same thing that I wanted the first year that I came back, as well as the second year, which is someone from Public Works to walk around and identify the approximately 125 pieces of sidewalk that this company, Precision Something, will not be able to do because they are too egregious. And then we will decide if we are going to fund those sidewalk repairs or not. Otherwise, we don't have a mechanism to knowing to the sidewalk repairs.
Sorry, so you want them to identify what again? I'm just a little confused.
Create a map of
Create
the
a map
sidewalk
of the
where we
side.
can identify those 125 chunks, or squares, I should say, that our contracted company will not service because they're too excessive. They only do minor to moderate sidewalk repairs, not the large ones. And having all of that mapped and then bringing it back to the council with the cost to actually repair all of those.
How do you know there's 125?
I've counted all of them.
Do you have the address?
I had them, but I lost them on my political day. You know, you save them on a PDI app. When my program ended, my data in it ended, and so I didn't save that data. But there's only approximately 125 of major, and but most of these people have complained about trips and falls, or their kids can't ride their bike there, or it's hard to walk there. So these are also recurring liabilities for us.
Yeah.
You never gave it to staff?
I actually gave them a whole bunch during the election, and some of them got done only if they agreed with me. Obviously, they didn't want to make it seem like they were helping me in the campaign. The one that they did right away that they wouldn't do for years is the one across Nueva Esperanza,
Yeah.
because
That one
they
was
didn't
done.
want to touch that tree. But like multiple parents are saying that they can't walk their kids in the stroller because it'll tip over. So they finally got rid of that one. There were like a handful of others, but there's about approximately 125. People will be so happy, and almost no one will complain about the sidewalks after this.
So I just have a clarification then, Mr. Johnson. From what Councilmember Fajardo is asking for, has that not been addressed in the current sidewalks that we are fixing right now? Or are these two separate items? Because we have
No,
been fixing them.
they're part of it's part of the sidewalk maintenance and sidewalk replacement program.
Right.
Okay. And right now, we're just in the survey phases where we're using the same grid system that we trim the trees, which are A through F,
Mhm.
F, E, F, G, A through G. Okay, and the contractor has surveyed completely G and F and is about to start on E. In F, either G or F, the one that they surveyed, the first one that they surveyed, they've already gone through and they've made the maintenance repairs or the grinding or the cutting of the sidewalk. And they have identified what areas and how many square footage of sidewalk needs to be removed and replaced because it's too big of an offset. Okay, and those we're gonna collect and put them into packages and get contractors, put together a bid package and send those out to bid. And that in the final phase of the sidewalk repair and replacement program.
But there are some that they don't do, the ones that they consider too egregious,
Yeah,
correct?
Yeah, they're the ones that are,
Those.
so I'm
I guess
I'm throwing some terms around. I'm speaking engineering. The remove and replace are the ones that are too big to shave off, okay?
Yeah.
And so I'm collecting all the data on the location of the remove and replace, and we're gonna package those into a bid package for a concrete sidewalk replacement company to come in and bid for that. Okay, part of how to get the costs down, and it's something I'm working with our own internal forces, is to have enough of it to be worthwhile for a contractor to come in there and throw down a whole 8 yards worth of sidewalk. Okay, and so if we package them in groups where a crew can work efficiently a full day, do the removal, come back the next day, do the form work, come back the third day, actually place the concrete and finish it, you are able to get that cost of removing replacement down to what should be closer to affordable versus going in there and just replacing, 15, 20 feet here and there, and that's where my cost is outrageous. But we're in the evaluation and determining what is the total need for the city, okay, and then we'll start to address that. And so far, we've spent about $300,000 in this particular phase of the program.
And so
So at this time, you are gathering the data that Councilmember Fajardo is technically asking for during
Correct.
this process, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Madam Mayor?
Oh, no.
I just want to I just want to make sure because he's saying no.
I'm saying
but
no.
You're saying that during the mapping right now, because they have already fixed a lot of things on the south side. I just want to make sure that we are capturing this correctly. So I will hand it back off to you because he's saying no and
Right.
you're saying yes.
Okay, I don't have a map, I have a spreadsheet,
Yeah.
okay? And I actually have a map, but it's too small for you to read, of what has been repaired, and the type of defects that are in there. There's a complete inventory on the south side of what needs to be repaired. And in there, there's a table of the square footage of the sidewalk that actually has to remove, and a location of that sidewalk. This is something that I can share with the council. I can come back and give an update and share with you, or I can share through the city manager the actual spreadsheets that Precision has been providing me with.
Yeah, whether it's a spreadsheet or a map, I think the point was that there is a list of the ones that need to be repaired and have not been repaired. Is that?
And the other thing too is that the time frame for this is so long, and if we're really saying that we want to give our public works the ability to do work in the city, we're literally taking away work from them that's being contracted to someone else who's doing a super slow job. I'm sure they're good at what they do. I guarantee you well over 90% of residents would prefer the method that I had 2 years ago and get it done in 6 months than this multi-year decade process where maybe it gets done or maybe it isn't. That's not what people vote for. People want to see it get done. And it's like, well, you have to wait for like 2 generations to go by and it's going to be done. And that's what we do with everything in the city. And I'm just tired of it.
But, but we also have to consider, Councilmember Fajardo, that they do have other projects and events that they're working on. It's not like that's the only project that they're doing.
But we have
Those are other things to consider as well.
But we
right?
have money that we can spend to get this done in an expedited timeline that everyone would appreciate it and not outsource work.
I'm sure it is, but, I mean, how do they manage all the projects that we have them doing? How do they do that?
They would gladly, many of them would gladly take the overtime and they want it. And, it helps their families.
I'm not
And if they
I
don't want
know.
it,
Ask them
then-
about overtime. How do you do on the overtime? For them to come in, for staff to come in?
I'm gonna defer this to Rodrigo, who's our Public Works Operations Manager for Public Works, and maybe he can give a little insight on the resources involved in
And projects that you've done during the week when you're doing the,
internally, and the amount of staff that they have for it.
So, we don't have a large staff. So again, like with facilities, we just prioritize shift workloads. And so, in the past, yes, we have done not specialized sidewalk, but sidewalks that are really bad. We have done it in-house, but again, we have to shift workloads. So we can continue to do that if that's what's desired. But we would have to be instructed to do so. The overtime, there's individuals that do like it. There's individuals that don't like it. So, and that varies based on what part of the week is it, or is it a Friday, a weekend, a holiday? So, it's always a little bit of a struggle capturing or trying to gather enough guys to do work. But whatever your council desires, that's what we'll do.
So is it possible then that Public Works prefers that we don't allocate the overtime and that we use contracted service to contract this work out? I just want to be clear. Is that the desire of Public Works and
No.
SEIU? Okay, so that's not the desire. So they
No,
would,
it all depends. It depends what is it that we can handle and stuff that we can't
so
handle.
they might want this work contracted out. I just want to be clear on the record that you're saying that they might want the work contracted out.
No, it depends. Again, we cannot handle a certain amount, but certain amounts we can continue to do ourselves. But in addition to the work that we do, I'm sure that a contractor can assist so that we can do more work faster.
I just want to, and I won't belabor this point, I'll just go on, but I just want to I know that you're saying that sometimes they do. are there circumstances where they prefer, and Mr. Johnson, if you can answer this too, are there circumstances where SEIU prefers that we do not give them the option for overtime, and instead we contract the work out? Are there circumstances where they prefer this?
Well, I can't speak for SEIU.
Well, that's what
but
I
but
was
as an
asking.
ex-president of the SFPEA,
Huh.
I can tell you that no, we don't want our work contracted out. But again, there's only certain things that we can do and certain things we can't do. And so if we can get a contractor to assist us, then yes.
Madam Mayor, can I provide a recommendation on this item? So it sounds like our public works team have been working on doing this assessment. It's just that the matter that the data hasn't been shared with the council. It sounds like we do have a list, and maybe we just need to get it onto a map if we can and share that with council. But maybe before we get to the bidding process for the next stage of the remove and replace those sidewalk, that before we do that, we come back to council with an update of what has been done and share the map of what else needs to be done, and then discussion can be have then.
Everyone got to have a vote on their item, and if there's 4 votes against it, that's fine. I requested this multiple times. It did not make it on here. If there's 4 votes against it, then we just vote it down and we move on. But we shouldn't cherry pick whose items go on here and whose don't.
Yeah, I agree. If you want to go, we could put in the item and we can put in there the votes for it or not. Can you
Right.
clarify your item?
Yes, it is to allow for overtime for Public Works to map out areas that have not been done yet that require sidewalk repairs that would not likely be done. I forgot the name of the company, Precision something.
And if we already have this data, Mr. Johnson, then we do not need to allocate funds for it, correct?
Correct, you've already allocated.
Okay.
I have $1.1 million from last year.
Thank you. So if we do get provided the data, then there's no funds to be allocated.
Well, if the data covers all the correct areas and they don't have to, and they don't have to do
Correct,
it.
yeah.
All the grids.
Yes.
I think let's vote on this, and like, it sounds like we have 35 items we're gonna have to be more precise on in the next round, but we can do this round of voting.
Councilmember Lopez?
That is for the item from Councilmember Fajardo?
Correct.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia?
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio?
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
10-minute break.
first.
Okay, we will resume from recess. Ms. Milton, you will continue.
Thank you so much. At this time on the dais, we have placed before council the 21 items that have been approved with discussion. We've asked each council member to identify their top 5 priorities. From there, we're going to pull those and figure out the overlap so that we can focus the discussion on what is the remaining balance following those overlaps. So at this time, we'll allow council to work through those worksheets. As you all complete them, we'll just raise your hands and we'll tally them in.
So we're selecting our top 5 individually?
Top 5 individually.
I did want to say, though, that during the intermission, I overheard that Ms. Melton was worried that we didn't include one item because she's worried that it's very critical to our functioning. So I think it was a small item, at least monetarily. So I think that we should at least reconsider that if she's concerned enough to bring it up. She didn't lobby me for it. I just kind of overheard and then injected myself into the conversation. But which item was that, Ms. Milton?
Sure. That was the senior management analyst position. So in Public Works, there is currently a vacancy, which is a management analyst position. The recommendation was to convert that position to a senior management analyst position so that it creates succession within the Public Works Department, akin to some of the succession that we've created in other departments, such as community development, where there's a planning manager. In addition to that, it'll make it a little bit easier to recruit due to the competitive nature of that position. It is in part general funded, but it's also funded in part by the water and sewer so that it's not 100% general funded. And I can certainly allow our Public Works Director to speak more about that particular position, the need of the department, and why that's a critical and priority position for us to be able to work towards. I will highlight before I pass the microphone to him as well that because of the fact that that would be a new position within the city, it will require us to bring forth job specifications back to council. And so it will take some time to recruit that position as well. So the amount, certainly it'll take time for that position. So I do want to highlight that in terms of some of the concerns that were addressed in terms of timing earlier with regards to funds and where the city will go towards revenue. So Director of Public Works.
Erica, could
Sorry.
you put that slide back, that spreadsheet back up, showing that position, what that cost is like?
Gotta make choices.
Okay, Wanda, you can go and speak while Erica works on
Yeah,
that.
if I can add something to that, early this year in January, Kenneth Jones left the organization for an opportunity as a public works manager for the city of Bell, and so this is kind of where the thought came in with that vacancy and discussion with both Nick and both Nick and along with Erica and Kanika over the last couple of months. We were trying to look at the department and how succession planning would be involved in that. And so we thought that, for a little bit of money, instead of trying to do a deputy public works director or an engineering manager, we could have this position of a senior manager, management analyst that could morph into engineering manager that could be part of the succession planning of the city. As you're aware, we don't really have a city engineer. The city engineer is contract services out, okay? And I know also that we will be having some additional vacancies in the next couple of months in the analyst area, simply because one of our long-serving employees plans on retiring in December. So there's a little bit of play both with dollars there and the opportunity to see how we can develop a position similar to what you did last year for community development that brought Ron on here as which works nicely when Erica went to South Pasadena. So
news to me, yeah. So I did not get the memo clearly.
So if we already had 2 votes, and we can move it forward if Councilmember Fajardo is also in approval of this?
Yeah, I'm worried about I don't think that you would be as concerned if you didn't truly believe in it. So I am okay moving that forward. At the end of the day, it means someone gets like what is it, like a $650 raise a year. And, people need to make a living. So I feel I feel that one can be filled relatively easily because it'll be done internally. That's what they've said, correct? It'll be done internally, and hopefully we can recruit for the other position.
This position would be an internal and external
Oh, it
recruitment.
would be?
The positions that would be internal were the public works maintenance supervisor positions. So I just want to add
All,
that.
all I'll say is I know that you can't make hiring decisions based on personality. There's obviously discrimination that can be tied into that, but I hope that it's someone who works well within the organization because I know that public works sometimes feels that that isn't always taken into consideration in terms of, um, you know, h- having people who also, yes, supervise, but also who are easy to work with. I'm not saying that about anyone in particular, but it's just been, a concern, I think, from every department at some point. So hopefully someone super chummy applies and that works out for everyone.
That
All
worked
right.
out.
With that position incorporated, that leaves a remaining general fund available balance to appropriate as $156,340. With that stated, in terms of, again, initial direction, we are asking each council member to take a look at the 21 items, identify your top 5 priorities. From there, we will determine overlap that we may move forward in terms of determining the remaining available balance to appropriate thereafter. So we'll give everybody a few minutes to consider.
I'm going to have a write-in one because I forgot to say this, even though we discussed it, but it is going to be OPEB because I don't believe that we should be taking it from the reserves. I believe that it should always be a line item on the budget. So that'll actually be, it's not written on here, but people can vote for it if they want.
What number?
OPEB,
Oh,
it's the
you're right.
write-in.
Got it.
Yeah, but I forgot to mention that, so it would have to be a write-in. That's the healthcare retirement.
Yeah.
Instead of taking it from our reserves, it should always be a line item on here is what I'm saying. So that's why I'm going to write it in.
And as you complete your choices, please raise your hand and I'll come around and gather the lists from you.
I noted them.
Councilmember Lopez, which one's more important to you? The install new stainless steel restroom fixtures or restore and repair the water fountain?
No, it was patrolling.
Patrolling. Oh, yeah. Good. That one's on my list too.
Yeah. I put my wish list, but, I didn't expect to have everything in.
I love it. It was good.
I'm more flexible too.
I think that's the goal of discretionary funds, a wish list.
Increase police patrol and visibility.
But at least, in my end, at least it's already in there,
There
Maybe
you
it
go.
would take me 4 years it's something for myself to keep focus.
All right, thank you so much for everyone for your patience. We've been able to incorporate all of the priority selections. With this, we do have 2 items with TBD amounts because of various options. Once we designate what those options will be, we will have a better sense of the remaining balance. So with that, there is consensus for the September 14th El Grito event celebration, in addition to increased police patrols, visibility in residential areas. However, once we designate amounts towards those, we'll be able to have a better sense of the remaining balance following this 100, if it's 131,000 or if it'll decrease that. So with that, there are two options for the September 14th celebration. The first is a $12,000 estimate, which includes a soundstage, dance floor performance, DJ dignitaries, booths, decorations, restrooms, and giveaways. At $12,000, there's also a $37,000 option, which incorporates everything in option one in addition to fireworks. I will allow the city clerk to poll the council so that we can determine which option they would prefer.
For option one, Councilmember Lopez.
Oh,
Councilmember Lopez, option one or option two?
option one.
Councilmember Garcia, option one or option two?
Option one.
Councilmember Fajardo, option one or option two?
One.
Vice Mayor Solorio, option one or option two?
One.
Mayor Mendoza, option one or option two?
One.
Thank you so much. The next item is with regards to police. There's a goal to increase police patrols and visibility in residential areas, local businesses, and public spaces such as parks. We did request just some additional specificity on this recommendation. Councilmember Lopez, because this was your item, would you like to kind of discuss a little bit more of your intent behind it? And from there, we can create some estimations in terms of options that may be available to assist with the description that you provide.
Yes, well, I just kind of hear from that business and the residents that we used to have more patrollings in the residential areas. And usually where that need is in the morning when the kids go to school. The other one is some of the business, they come early to work, per se, maybe like 5 in the morning or 3 in the morning. And I know there is some business there
Yeah, it's true.
in the barrio that needs some patrolling because, you know, some they share with me that they don't feel safe in some areas, you know, like, and if it's any patrolling that will help. And just to be, you know, around in the community, uh, that, you know, for the past few years, you know, I don't know, maybe when Rosenberg was around, you know, like everybody would recognize him around in the community. And that's what the community want to see it, our officers being more in our community.
Thank you so much for that.
When you say, excuse me, when you say in the barrio, are you referring like to Kalisher? When you say that?
Celis
and Pico
the
and
super, more into the super, like the Santa Rosa, and the other part, like Maclay and 7th Street, close to the Cindy Montañez part.
Mm.
There is some areas there they don't have lighting, and yeah, and sometimes, you know, it's your family not, they don't know what is the divide between us, Silmar and San Fernando. So but and downtown is more like close to that that post office, those small business in that area.
the bakeries come in early in the morning,
Like 3 in the morning.
yeah, to bake their goods.
Yeah, 3 in the morning.
The tortillerias come in early.
Yeah. And the night too. Sometimes, you know, like at the business, the few business that stay late, they would like to see more patrolling in that area.
Can I ask for just clarification? Because I guess the reason, how do we do this? Is this overtime, or I don't know what this
That's what it
item
sounds
means?
like.
I was just going to make a suggestion with regards to that and allow the police chief certainly to add to the conversation. I know last year the council did appropriate an additional 50,000 towards overtime for patrol, and they were able to use that in a variety of ways. I think it may be helpful to add context in terms of how that 50,000 was used in the current fiscal year for additional patrol for exactly that reason.
Yes, I'm doing my best to understand the perception or the feeling of more patrol versus has there been more patrol, or what type of data is available to really determine if patrol has gone up or down. So one of the things that we're doing is we're adding GPS to 2 vehicles, and I'm hoping that eventually, once uh, the correct GPS system is vetted, that we would have GPS in our patrol vehicles so that we could use data to demonstrate that patrols are being conducted, because I think sometimes it's difficult for to time somebody looking out their window or arriving and seeing a patrol officer go by. So all of this to say that I think in the last 3 years our community engagement has been enhanced significantly, to the point where we are now again host not hosting but being invited to neighborhood watch meetings on Hagar Street. We're going to Santa Rosa Church, and we're doing community engagement pieces in Spanish. And so, with that, if we want more patrols, we're probably going to have to be more focused in really setting time and monies aside to direct officers to specifically do that, because the patrol officers, um, as part of their normal functions, are doing traffic enforcement. They're, of course, investigating crimes and writing reports and addressing mental health issues and taking um, individuals under a mental health crisis under 5150 to the hospital. So, there's only so much that you know, a certain amount of patrol officers can do. And it sounds like the ask is we just want to see more cars driving around. And one way to do that is to add more police officers so that the patrol officers can handle the basic functions and the other officers can patrol. And so my first question is, what does this patrol look like? How do we demonstrate to the community that we're out there performing and doing patrol duties?
Chief, when are you, when will you be getting the GPS? When will that be installed?
I believe that 2 have already been installed, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct. We're currently working on both the software for that and testing it out in order to pilot it, because the objective is that we do have some grant funds that we're working on getting amended so that we can incorporate that specific software and approach to purchase the MDT replacements that go into the tablets that go into the police vehicles. And the goal was ahead of that to at least test this as a pilot program. So they have been installed on 2 vehicles. We're just working on finalizing the testing of that to ensure that it works the way that we're designing it and with that outcome in mind, so that we can then roll it out for all of the police vehicles once that grant becomes available.
Now, I want to add that the $50,000 that was allocated last year, we used for specific functions. Prior to these protests and the challenges that have been brought up with immigration, we were working with Public Works and Community Development on addressing specifically issues in the park that Council Member Lopez had brought up. We were actually in the process of creating a task force. We had to divert our attention, but when asking for more patrolling in the parks, we could, as part of an enhancement, dedicate officers specifically to patrolling the parks. We can do that within for 4 hours. These days a week, officers are going to patrol the parks, or officers will be involved in ensuring that their presence is seen at the parks, or whether it's businesses having foot patrols. We patrol officers we got to look at it almost as ER doctors. They're triaging, constant from going to emergency, triaging a situation. But if we want a specialist, or if we want to see police officers between 12 and 4 walking the mall area, we can do that, but we want to ensure that those officers remain there so that they're seen. They're not pulled to handle other calls for service. So that means augmenting what we have in patrol.
Yes, yes.
I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. How many hours did the 50,000 cover for last year's approval?
So simple math with overtime, I estimated about 500 hours.
Because it was also used for, because due to the increase of crime that we were having at the time for investigations and also the target, what was that called that you had?
The organized retail theft detail. Yes,
Not
we've
the
done
detail. We
2 of
did that.
those. We did parole probation compliance checks.
Right.
We did undercover operations looking for catalytic converter theft. Um, we we specifically went out to the parks. So there were a number of things that we did with those monies, specifically activities that the council requested us to do.
And I think to clarify then, so how many hours would you, estimate that the police department would need in order to do some park patrolling, mall, and businesses and residential areas? How many hours would that look like?
What I would like to know from the council or the community is, when would the community like to see the police? I wouldn't want police officers, unless the community wants this, on a Monday night. Maybe it's Saturday afternoons that they want to see the police officers at the park, or Sunday mornings, or what would the community like in terms of when would the police be most desired to be at a park?
Right. And that's what I was thinking. I'm like, I guess like my questions come from, when do we have the highest traffic areas? So like at the park on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, right? At the mall downtown, probably Friday night, Saturday night. Local businesses probably about the same.
The other thing I want to lift up in addition to that is,
Yeah,
we need to start preparing for the holiday season.
yeah.
What does extra police presence in our commercial areas look like when people are holiday shopping? I mean, these are, if we want that, now is the time to plan for that. We want a portion of whatever we're going to allocate to be allocated um, for the holiday shopping season between Thanksgiving and New Year. So this is the direction I would need from the council. What would you like to see? How many hours would you like to see them? And that would give me an idea of, look, I'm thinking how much it would cost.
I have a clarifying question as well. I understand that we don't have all the positions in PD filled. So to the extent one position is, I'm going to make up a round number, $80,000, can we use that money to meet this need? All the empty positions we have, can we use that money to cover these extra patrol costs that I know that everybody wants and is seeking, without having to take it from a new a budget? Because those positions they exist, but they're not filled.
I would say that that's typically correct and wholeheartedly the objective, that usually that overtime, but that overtime is usually compensating just for the operational aspect of someone being there. But if there's additional special services or special projects uh, that are being sought beyond that, that's the objective of additional overtime. However, to answer your question, yes, the salary from that position, the savings from that is used so that someone else is, as they're working to provide coverage for the operational day-to-day components, we're absolutely using that. So this is if there's anything above and beyond that.
I just want to add that officers take vacation, officers go out on FMLA leave, officers get hurt. And so some of that salary savings is used to backfill just to maintain minimum staffing levels. And so I just want to add that just because they're not filled um, doesn't mean that officers aren't going off and to training or aren't taking time off or aren't taking FMLA leave. And so some of those monies go just for backfilling.
But for, I guess for overtime, because I'm thinking like I would say, my understanding is we're down at least, or maybe exactly one officer per shift, per every shift. So that just seems like a lot. But what I'm hearing is that we're using that position, I guess, is it 4? And that is being used to cover our regular officers are being paid overtime to cover that gap.
Yeah. But the other thing that the chief said was that because someone doesn't see a person driving by doesn't mean that they didn't drive by, right? So I think that what we need to look at is that GPS system to see, how that's going. That once someone says, did they go through the mall, right? What hours did they go through the mall and how many times in that particular day? That we need to look at that data and then maybe study it and see where is it that they're not going, right? And then address that.
Correct. And then there's going to be areas of the city that just by their nature require increased police activity. So in areas where there are a lot of traffic accidents, in areas where we get regular complaints, if we were to look at a heat map, those areas will probably be hotter than other areas where calls for service are minimal. And so we need to be mindful that police officers are handling calls for service, are going to the areas that tend to be the areas that require police service on a more frequent basis than other ones. And I know that I know that the council members had asked how many times have we gone down Shadow Lane, and I've gone and asked, and Shadow Lane apparently is a very quiet street, and so they may not get the same level of patrol that McClay and the 400 block gets because it's a thoroughfare and there's a lot of activity on that street. So I want to be mindful that we want to provide equitable police service, but it may not always be equal. In other words, 10 minutes at Shadow Lane, 10 minutes on McClay, we might have 40 minutes on McClay and maybe not as much time on Shadow Lane.
I love all the fanfare that Shadow Lane is getting. They've probably never been mentioned so much at a city council meeting, so they're going to be very happy.
And so this is my ask is if we want to see more increased patrol, we're going to have to allocate funds for that. We're working really hard. I know we have 8 people in backgrounds right now that I'm hoping we will hire soon this next fiscal year. But nevertheless, my desire is just to know what the council wants so that we can formulate a plan. And if we need money specifically for certain types of patrols, then we go ahead and fulfill those requests.
Yeah, I was gonna say just to kind of get to a number, if it's at all possible today. I guess the recommendation would probably be like 3 days a week at 1 hour each across the year is 156 hours. If we wanted 2 hours across 3 days a week, that would be double that. So 312. And so we can estimate, I guess, how much does that cost for 156 hours versus 312 hours? 1 hour versus 2 hours, 3 days a week. Um, and I'm saying 1 hour across those days, meaning that like you mentioned, right, 40 minutes here, maybe 30 minutes here, 10. It would be at the discretion of the police officer in high traffic areas or whatever would be more equitable. But I imagine like we need to put a number to it or a number of hours that
So-
then translates to a number of funding.
So what I'm thinking, council member, is we could start out with maybe the $50,000 baseline like we did last, um, the last time this subject was brought up. And then I could provide you what we did last time and to see if the council wants that adjusted. So part of the time was dedicated specifically to traffic enforcement. Another time could be specifically dedicated to high visibility patrol where the officers are just driving around to be seen and said hello. Other times could be foot patrol down McClay where officers are walking up and down McClay for a couple hours, then they're assigned to do something else. We could do targeted traffic enforcement in front of the schools during certain times. Undercover operations. Again, last year during the summer, there was a lot of burglaries we were dealing with. We had dealt with some shootings. Since then, we've made arrests. Those types of incidents have not garnered the same public attention. Now it's focused on immigration, but nevertheless, we understand that if there are specific things that the community wants us to do with that baseline, we can then come up with a plan, or you can say, this is what we would like. We'd like 4 hours in the park on Saturdays with 2 officers. And then we can do that. Or we want officers doing foot patrol in the parks. We can do that. Give us an idea of what it is you would like.
Can we use our reserve officers for any of this? Because I don't think, do we not pay them? Or don't they get paid like nominal? Because it's almost like a volunteer.
That is the plan. In addition to regular officers, to use reserve officers to supplement. So there may be a day where only one police officer can work, and we partner them up with a reserve officer. Or during the holiday season, my plan is to use those reserve officers for extra patrol in our commercial areas. Also, some of our reserve officers are background investigators, so we're using them to process civilian employee backgrounds plus CCW licensing backgrounds, crossing guard backgrounds. And so we are using them administratively as well. And there's level to reserves. So a level 3 reserve really can't go out and do what a level 1 reserve can do. We don't have very many level 1 reserves.
Is there any way that I think 50,000. I don't know if I should defer to you guys, but 50,000 seems like the gold standard. Is there any way to use those reserve officers to bring that number down?
Why don't we do 25 and see if we can use some of them to bring the number down? We start off there, and if we have to increase it, I mean, we could always come back.
Agree.
Yeah, that's what I was going to see. Like, if we can come up with a number for 156 hours versus a 312, and then the amount for 500 hours sounds like it's $50,000. So
Right,
where
so
do
that'll
we?
get us about
Yeah, that would give us
250.
options.
And then, as mentioned, we
Hours.
could always return at mid-year and see how
Yeah.
how those have been deployed, if there's any change in the perception at that time. And so
Right.
what we can do is put 25,000 in earmark to return to discuss at mid-year.
Chief, you did a great job with that $50,000, but we did have a high rate of crime during during that year. Well, that was last year, right? But you did you and the police department, the entire police department did a great job. Um, you resolved a lot of cases that you had that were pending in that year, that crimes that were committed, and the sting that you had over at Target was was in the news. All of you did a wonderful job in keeping the city safe, and I think that has been reflective even after we have felt the effects of all the work you all did during that, last year. I think we're still feeling it in the community and those surrounding communities. They know that San Fernando's going to be safe, and they need to really think about coming in and wanting to commit any crimes here in the city. At least that's the feeling I have.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The officers, they do go out, they work hard. And I also want to share with the council that we have some very good, that the department has established very good relationships with parole, probation. We have a good relationship with our district attorney. So when it comes to not just on the front end being visible, but also on the back end, making sure that um, cases that we bring to the district attorney's office are thoroughly reviewed. And if there are issues that I can go directly to the district attorney and talk to him or talk to the LAPD chief. And these are, again, behind the scenes relationships that we use to make sure that San Fernando is getting the attention and the resources that San Fernando needs. So on the front end, obviously our men and women are working hard. And on the back end, we're also working hard to make sure San Fernando has a voice,
Definitely. Thank you. But I think, yeah, I think the 25,000, 30,000 is a good amount for you to have a good start. The holidays will be coming, and we need to be ready.
So, sorry, can you repeat that last part?
So I think 25 or
Yeah, and then we
30,000
can
is a
come
good
back.
amount.
25, yeah.
25,
Madam Mayor, would you like to vote on that?
yes.
Seem to have everyone's approval. Oh, not yet. No, I guess we can vote on it, yeah.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia?
This is for the whole item or for changing it from 50 to 25,000?
25.
From changing it from 50 to 25,000.
Okay, yes.
Councilmember Fajardo?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio?
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza?
Yes.
A motion passes.
All right, council, at this time, we still have an available balance of $94,340. I know that it's 10:52. We can either opt to preserve that remaining balance for additional items that may come up. I know that we discussed a couple of items that are going to be on the July 7th agenda, including immigration enforcement. I know at the August meeting, there's going to be additional conversations with regards to sidewalks. So we can opt to leave those funds in reserves for additional projects, programs, or additional amendments that may come up throughout the fiscal year. Or alternatively, if there's any priorities that council wants to additionally discuss, we can do another round of priorities.
Did the Mariachi Apprentice program get on there? Did it make it?
Yeah, it did.
It did?
Yes, it did.
You know, I'm willing to go down to 5,000 on that one. I just wanted to bring attention to it because it usually gets a grant of $50,000, only that it's a cultural arts grants were eliminated by the administration. So, but they're going to be applying for grants again. But I just wanted to bring attention to the council, and I wanted to also send the message to the program, the directors, that, you know, it is an important program for us as a council for it to continue. I mean, we can leave the 25,000 if you want, but it's usually funded through grants, and I just want them to know that we're there with them, and we believe in the program. But you know, it seemed like they were confident that they would be able to obtain some grants.
Can you scroll to the notes too?
Pardon me?
I want to read the notes to the right-hand side.
Yeah. So even 10,000, but you know, I kind of put it high.
I think that 10,000 is fine. I mean, they could always come back.
I would join that. I wasn't really clear which ones passed then. Can we see what is included?
Erica, you want to scroll through the item and read off the item that's got council approval for this evening?
Yes. The items that have been approved include, and I'll go through both the city manager as well as the city council recommendations. That includes special counsel services for community development, citywide employee training programs, Vector Solutions Guardian software for police department, time clock scheduling software for the police department, new officer onboarding costs, less lethal police department equipment, a record specialist for the police department, upgrading the police officer to police sergeant, converting the public works management analyst to a senior management analyst, reclassification of 2 program specialists to 2 recreation and community services coordinators, reclassifying part-time hours to establish an additional recreation and community service coordinator, $2,000 in after-school team program supplies. The September 14th El Grito event celebration, increasing police patrols and visibility in residential areas, fireworks, 4th of July celebration, mariachi apprentice program, and those are all the general funded components. In addition, the non-general fund items include the additional funding for the senior management analyst, a tire balancing machine replacement for public works, folding tables and chairs for RCS, citywide signage using Measure W funding. And that concludes what has been approved thus far.
Okay, because that's only, we still have 2/3 of the enhancement amount that council had that was discretionary. Do we want to go to like the items that got maybe 2 votes and look
Well,
through them?
here's what I would say. It looks like we have this discretionary funds, not because we actually do, but because we stopped doing what we did in the past years, which is have the OPEB in there. So it looks like we have this extra money, whereas it's money that we're pretending that we don't have to pay. So technically, we have a huge line item missing from here. So my argument would be that that should go towards the OPEB, and there should always be a line item for that.
So my understanding too, though, we're gonna have the option, and you may not, I think you don't like where it comes from, but we are gonna have the option to vote for that 500,000 to go towards OPEB that will come from the reserves. And as I understand it, like we were off of last year's budget, we had an additional 500,000. So
Yeah, 440.
yeah, so we're using, we are taking it from the reserves, and I understand your concern with that. But is that make you feel better at all that we are going to put the 500,000 toward it
It's-
if we vote? And we could vote for that first to make
It's-
sure it happens.
I don't get, it's probably unsustainable. Like if we did $500,000 every year, especially because it's not even the right amount that we probably need. It probably has to be $1 million. So we're trying to make it work because we feel good about this. And to be honest with you, I forgot how I was telling someone during the break, actually, one thing that both Democrats and Republicans agree in is that no one cares about the dead in Washington. And it kind of like translates into like, even like the polling shows, like it's like the last thing on people's priority. It's really hard to get people to focus on paying debt when they have events that they can do now or other items that they can do now. So at the end of the day, it's going to be unsustainable for future city councils. I feel bad for them. There's going to be some really rough decisions, but I at least hope that we can set an example for future city councils that there has to be some kind of line item that comes from here. My vision of the way that the budget should have looked is that should have been sacrosanct, and that OPEB money should have been in there, and then all these extra things that we want for our goodie bag, which is fine. We deserve to have nice things for our residents. That should have been withdrawn from our reserve so we can see every year how much we're taking out for fun stuff. So just for me, it's just like the budget priority is, it's fundamentally backwards. I don't want you to feel any obligation to accommodate me. I've made peace with where we are. And, I can only do so much on my time here. And you have to let go of the things that are out of your control. So I'm okay with that.
Are you okay because you're going to vote no?
Yeah, but every single no vote that I've had, I've almost everyone, unless there's one I'm not thinking about, almost every single no vote that I've had, I have always been validated in the end. And so this is just going to be another thing where 10 years, like, oh, hey, Joel was right. And there will be people be like, oh man, they should have listened to him back then. Same thing that we have with other things that now. So for me, I'm just kind of used to it, and I'm okay with that just being the case because we all got to go to sleep. We all got to vote on this. We all have other things to do. And so there's no need for you to try and to change your philosophy to accommodate mine, unless you genuinely believe in it.
Well, I remember one time you worked hard to get us have a unanimous vote. I was like the holdout, and there was modifications made so that I could be at peace in voting for that item. I don't even remember what it was. So I would also like to
Oh, that's very kind.
do that, or see if there's some way, because it's a legitimate concern. It's a
Yeah.
concern about debt and our future generations in the city. What I see is, I mean, it would be the entire enhancement fund, right?
So what I would recommend is if the four of you want to spend the 94,000, then that's fine. I would recommend at least putting that towards OPEB. The only way that I can even consider voting for this is if we take out the full-time parks and if we postpone at least for a year the extra sergeant position and then put all of that towards OPEB. But again, I don't want to hold hostage this meeting hostage. People deserve to go home and go to sleep. So if people are fine with the way that this is, or if you if you want to put the 94,000 in reserves, or if you want to put a line item to OPEB, like I'm okay with that. I'm not going to begrudge anyone here.
Okay, what if we did those, it's two positions that you're taking issue with. What if we held off on those to mid-year? And the way I'm gonna tell the rest of the council is, for a sergeant, we're not even gonna, and I can be corrected, I don't think we can even hire one before mid-year, because there's a test, there's a list that needs to be created, and so I don't think that was an immediate hire anyway. Can we if we hold off on those two until mid-year, and we have that savings, and we put 75,000 to reserve, and then I'm just thinking, because there is a request for, huh?
Yeah,
Immigrant-
we already said that.
We already voted for these things and they already moved forward, so I don't
But
know.
he was the vote that allowed that one to
Oh, you
move
want
forward.
to remove your vote is what you're saying?
For which one?
For the sergeant, didn't you vote for that one?
Yeah, but I'm okay if I do like the idea of postponing it.
But we already said that they weren't going to hire right now anyway, at this point.
it doesn't-
So
if
it's already on there. And I'm fine, I mean, just leaving even not even spending the 94,000, just leaving it there.
So
We're basically done
So
already.
here's what I would like to see, and if it doesn't pass, I don't mind. Like I'm not gonna shed tears over this. I would like to approve the budget as stated, with the removal of the police sergeant and the full-time parks position, and save that for a further discussion until mid-year budget, and to allocate the remaining funds to OPEB. That's if there's a second to that, great, and if not, like I don't begrudge any of you. We can just move on.
The only thing is if we want to do any thing with response to the immigration rates, we need some money.
It can come from the reserves. It's gonna be like $10,000, 15,000.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay.
Roll call.
Madam Mayor, before roll call, I just want to go and clarify, because earlier you talk about the mariachi band of $10,000. Is this
Right,
10,000
yeah,
or is it
yeah, you didn't
25,000?
decrease the amount.
Oh, I thought that was already including the
You
10,000.
can decrease that amount.
By the way, if you get my vote, you might lose their votes. So if the goal is to get 5, I don't know if that accomplished that.
You can change that to 10,000.
Change that to 10,000.
Yeah.
And then if you could put a check by my name by that one.
So my motion was based on this number. Is that correct, Ms.?
Of 109,340.
Why don't we do 100 and then save the 9340 for the July 7th discussion?
Sure. So then the motion will be to approve the budget as shown with the postponement of the full-time parks position, the additional sergeant position until mid-year discussion, and to allocate all funds minus 9,340, all remaining funds minus 900,340 towards OPEB.
Sorry. This is really confusing. Can, before, I guess that's it, I had a question right before that for the staff recognition on the first round. There was 3 votes, but it just didn't get included.
So for that one, we did take a look. So that was a part of the complete list of when everybody was just voting, and then we included it on the list of 21. And so those are where we were asking for the top 5 priorities. So that's why it didn't show up, because it didn't have overlap there.
So it didn't have 3 votes at the very beginning?
So it wasn't, so all of the votes that had 3 or more are what showed up on that list of 21 is what the issue was. And so that's why we went back for the overlap. So any votes that had 3 or more are on that current list that we then got priorities for. And then the overlap is what we were then discussing. So for that reason, that's the reason that it's not currently on this list as an approved item.
Because it totaled like $1 million or something. above.
Right. The totality of all of those 21 was over $1 million. It was about 700,000. It was a lot. So that's why we went through, identified the overlap, and then anything that's remaining can be brought back up, certainly, which is what they're doing right now.
Got it, okay. And then, can you repeat your motion?
Sure, so it is to approve the budget as shown,
Mm-hmm.
to postpone the approval of the full-time parks position and the additional sergeant position to be rediscussed at mid-year, and to use all remaining general fund available to appropriate, including the savings from those 2 postponed items, towards the OPEB minus $9,340.
Can we, staff, also get a point of clarification for the RCS positions? There are 2. There's the reclassification of the specialists to coordinators and the reclassification of part-time to 1 recreation. Is it postponing both
It was
items
12.
11
It was
and
item,
12?
no,
or
it was
only
item
a
12.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Do you want to show what that looks like? Even though we have them first and the second, do you want to show what it looks like so that there's at least a visual in terms of what's being voted on?
And you're postponing those 2 is what your proposal is?
I think it'll also let us see what our
Postpone 12.
budget looks like with swap meet revenues and everything else going on.
Voting 12 and what other one?
Number 12 and number 8?
Number 8.
And then you're wanting to allocate the 224 to the OPEB?
224, 340 minus 9340.
And then I'll just say for my comment, I don't think that the change to the sergeant necessarily, it may not be an effective change because it may be right at the time when we're gonna hire anyways, mid-year. And then
Yeah.
for the recreation and community service, I did want to see that, because I really liked how it was 4 coordinators and 4 departments. It seemed really perfect, but I want to work with you.
Thank you. I'm okay with the sergeant too. There's just some other concerns that I've heard, and maybe they're unfounded, that I just want to look into. And I feel that postponing that, it's going to lead to a better informed decision. And I don't necessarily think that we're going to waste any time.
I just, I think I have a comment for like number 12 that I don't see why we would have to postpone that, given that this one would basically save us money with all the funding, or sorry, the application, the grant funding. So it's like a gap funding. So essentially we're saying that it offsets by 30 grand. On top of that, this position would bring in $50,000 on $50,000 for events, for special events, which is what we need, because every 4th of July, we're increasing $50,000. We just added another special event September 14th. So how do we plan to pay for those things if we're not reclassifying this employee?
I get what you're saying. I
Yeah.
guess where I'm coming from is I've heard that, not with this position, but I've heard that story a lot of times when I'm here, that this is going to save us money. I don't want to get into throwing everyone under the table, but I can at least think of a couple prominent ones where something saved us money and it cost us money. I'm not saying that this would cost us money. I've just heard that too many times for me to jump on board and enthusiastically support that it's going to materialize. Maybe it will, maybe it won't, but
I mean, I think then if you guys are reconsidering number 12, then also reconsider, I would say then the additional funds that we're trying to do for, what event was the, September 14th? I don't know what line item that is. And I'm not saying to give it to the OPEB, but
I would love that.
I know you would. That's not
Yeah.
what I'm saying. But what I'm trying to get at is like if we're not gonna reclassify this employee, that's gonna save us money, that's gonna apply for grant funding for events that we already have, like the mile event, and we're adding more events, like we're not making sense here.
But I mean, like maybe in the other hands, we can also partnership with some of the nonprofits, so we don't, we're saving that money to reclassify those employers to partnership with some of the nonprofits. They're already having some relationship with our city.
Right, but the point is that we don't have a staff member to do that, to put in the time. That's why that staff member is being reclassified, because they're part-time employees. So if we don't have an employee to do
But-
what you're asking, then
Yeah, but I mean, like at this point, even we don't have the list of the staff that we have right now. I don't have it in front of me to make that decision to approve that reclassification. If we don't have the list of we have only that draft that was proposed, but we don't have the specific names of the people that will reclassify.
it's just one position, right?
Madam Mayor, actually, our rec director brought to my attention, I think the comments that the vice mayor is bringing up is this new position from rec was intended to help alleviate some of the load on existing staff and to do more event is just additional event added to our current staffing level. So our rec director would like to speak on that a little bit, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Item 11 is, or the list, the item on the list 11 is basically reclassifying two existing program specialists to coordinators. Only because we feel that in the last few years, the activity in the department has increased so much that if we continue to work at them at the current rate with the increased responsibility, that they would be working out of class. Um, the item 12, the reclassification of part-time hours to establish an additional program coordinator has multiple intentions. So one of them being that we want a more balanced supervision responsibility in our department, being that we have four major divisions in our department, and as of right now, we only have one coordinator and two program specialists. Given the fact that our staff is already stretched thin with the existing programming, we thought that it would be in the best interest of our community in order for us to keep providing the level of programs both in quantity and quality, to reorganize that and have the four coordinators. And Vice Mayor Solorio is right. If we were to postpone item 12, or if we were to not go ahead and approve it, then I don't know if we could take on additional special events. My staff is already stretched as it is. Any additional responsibilities would place a burden on an already busy schedule on my staff.
I just want to say, the programs that Parks and Recreation put on are just amazing. And I think that our community truly appreciates everything that they do. They improve our community, the health of our community. They make people happy. Our senior program is just amazing. Everything they do that just just gives them life. Our senior program, it's amazing. I don't know how often you go to the parks, Councilmember Fajardo. Not too often, but if you see those seniors, it's just the life that they come out with, and um, they feel that if they're not there at the park, they don't have a life.
Which is why last year we increased the position from part-time to full-time. We did that last year or 2 years ago, yeah.
But they have for the seniors, they have for the older, the young adults, the youth, the young children, the toddlers, and I mean, just for all ages, they offer various programs, the sports, and those with disabilities as well. I mean, they just run an amazing program. Now you added the baseball program, which you didn't have before either. That was another one, which is a major program that you have. And that was a pretty big one that you took on.
Yes, Madam Mayor, and apart from that, the addition of the after-school team program. And the truth is that the existing coordinator right now is taking care of two major divisions, which is the senior programming, as you were mentioning, and special events. And the only full-time support she has on that is the program specialist. Um, the four major divisions that we see in our department, of course, other than administration, is senior services, special events, facilities, which includes contract classes, rentals, and MOUs. And also the division, we combine some programs that includes adult sports and youth programming. Youth programming including after school program, and youth sports. So being that those four divisions are major divisions in our department, that's why we thought that it would be a more balanced approach to propose this to the council.
And that team program is to keep the kids out of trouble, right? Preventing from going into gangs or going into other, doing other things that they shouldn't be. And to have some supervision. They provide also, don't they help them with their homework as well?
Goal of the team program is to provide a welcoming structure atmosphere for teens right at the crucial after school hours, Monday through Friday, 3 to 6 p.m. And yes, we provide tutoring, we provide homework assistance, we provide recreation and youth activities. And actually, we just finished our computer lab. So we also partner with other agencies that provide youth services in order to have speakers come out. And with the new allocation of the $2,000, we'll definitely be able to provide more activities for the kids.
And they have the Teens for a Better Community as well that
Teens for a Better
and
Community.
volunteer at our programs, at our events.
It's another team program that focuses more on citywide leadership. They volunteer for special events. They take a more active approach to things they care about. They have actually met at the Puig's house, and I think that's the place they're going to be making their meeting site from now on. But yes, they participate in community cleanups. They volunteer their time for us, like I mentioned, for special events and for other community-based organizations.
Thank you.
Mayor, I really like all the things that we have in the department, but I see that near future that we will be some cutting for the federal government. So even though we wanted to keep those positions and and had these wonderful programs, but we had to be mindful. It's like my wish list. I have a big list, but I'm not gonna get everything that I want, right? And I feel like, yes, the Las Palmas part has a wonderful programs, and the San Fernando part too, but we had to look into what is the priorities for our families. I have several occasions that I'm trying to work with staff, and you know, it's hard. It's too hard to navigate the system, and it's not a secret on that. And it was one of the reasons that I ran for this position, because I can imagine if it's me, they have so many barriers, to get their service, how the other residents, even to get a permit like 2 days before the event. It's I wish I can say differently, but every time that I request something, it's so hard for the staff to do it or to approve it. And I don't want to see it like maybe if it had to do with the political, but be honest, I don't have the best experience. And I feel we had to evaluate the programs, whether the staff wanted to do it or not. Like I say, I have my wish list, but I'm not gonna get not even the 2%, right? And I have the responsibility to be financial mindful. And these occasions are not.
Okay.
Unless I have the list in front of me, what I see the people that will be promoted, really working with the community, not.
But it doesn't work like that. They go from a list, people take a test and then, there's this whole process on how it works when they hire staff. They don't, it doesn't go like that.
Promoting.
Huh.
Kind of. Sometimes they already have someone in mind who it goes to, and there's a lot of times where positions get funneled to a person irrespective of process. So sure, sometimes it's a process, but sometimes it's also an illegitimate process. And not just here, that's like academia, that's everything in the world, Supreme Court, everything. So
So where are we at, Ms.
the roll call,
Milton?
we had a,
I have one more question. If, because I know there's a motion on the
yeah.
floor,
We have a second?
and I seconded it. But how do we feel? I mean, is that standard that we take from reserves for future? Do we not want to earmark from this? Because if we're going to come back for whether it's immigration enforcement / responsiveness, is it we're going to take from reserves, or do we want to set aside money? Or if we're going to reevaluate the sergeant position and this RCS coordinator, would it be wise to split it in half because it's mid-year and earmark it, or is it just the same to take it from reserves?
So at this point, I mean, we can go either way. Certainly, it's at the discretion of council. We can basically leave this as our surplus, and that's exactly what it is. It's just reserves that, and as we amend the budget, it comes directly from that. Alternatively, if we were to earmark it, we would put it in a line item that's designated and earmarked for it. And that way it's a part of the budget. So we're open to the discretion of the council in terms of the direction you would like to go.
We at least did it once. I'm sure there's been other times, but the only time that comes to memory, although I'd probably think of more, it's that when we amended Mr. Kimball's uh, pay schedule, it was like an extra like 9,000 for the year or something. It actually came out of the,
Well, anytime we bring forth an amendment, a budget amendment is essentially taking it from reserve.
yeah.
And we do that multiple times in a year. So it's not, it's not anomalous for us to do an amendment and take things from reserves. However, it's also not anomalous for us to earmark something, and that way we have the line item pre-designated. So again, it can go either way, and it's again at the discretion of council.
Okay, just want to say, Mr. Salcedo, do you have anything else that you want to add to your item, to the conversation on your position?
No, Madam Mayor, you know, we ask for what we feel we need, and we serve at of course, at the direction of the council. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I just want more clarification for our finance. That $60,000 that was identified reclassifying this one rec coordinator, that $60,000, is that for the whole fiscal year or is that just for half the fiscal year?
That embodies the full fiscal year.
So if we go back to the idea of earmarking it for discussion during mid-year budget, at that time, the $60,000 will essentially be half or even, yeah, because if the discussion is at mid-year and we do recruitment, it probably won't happen towards the end of the year. So we could look at it that way. If you're interested in looking at mid-year, then maybe we look at earmarking that at 50% now for mid-year discussion.
I'm not interested in, I mean, this is just me. It's up to the council. I'm not interested in earmarking it now because essentially it's all the same pot of money. And if we're taking it from our reserves, I feel that that's a more accurate assessment of what we're doing. We're taking money that we don't really have, or that we're taking money from our savings instead of having it going down to debt. So I feel like it's a more accurate way of showing a budget to the community.
So what you're saying, you're going to review it later on, in 6 months from now, to see if you're going to want the position again? Is that what you're saying?
When we
Is
have
that
our
the way-
mid-year budget review, if we have an enormous surplus, I don't see any harm in having the discussion again. I mean, at our mid-year budget review, we kind of discuss anything that's budget related.
But you're willing to consider it again?
I don't see myself supporting it more likely than not, just because, as I mentioned, not just the OPEB, but needing to give staff raises as well and other financial considerations. But
How about you, Councilmember?
I see myself supporting them in mid-year, where we've had a chance to evaluate them. If it comes back, like, we really, like, okay, we filled this police officer position, we've got that 12-hour.
that one I'm
patrol
open
going.
to.
We need this admin now, because now we got the body in there. And then I think for the RCS, I think it can be, hey, like, it's not working. And then, okay, honestly, I'm trying to get Councilmember Fajardo on
So then,
board.
well, my
You
thought is,
shouldn't have to worry about my
But
support.
I think
I'm
also
not
you
gonna
bring
be your
up,
s-
you
yeah.
bring up legitimate points, which is we're looking at the fun things and ignoring the obligations. Same thing as like when you have a credit card bill, but you go out to eat.
We're doing the same thing as the city councils that got us into the financial problem that we have, but we consider our ideas just, we consider them necessary, just like all the past city councils did that got us into the financial problem. And we're just repeating it. But it's different because we're the ones voting on it. So I'm just trying to bring a little bit, maybe because I'm the last remaining council member from that era where we had such major fiscal problems, and I remember it so dearly. That's why, I at least want to set up a good precedent for the future, irrespective of what they do. So there were at least the warning signs. But
I
again,
guess I'm just used to a budget process where you're considering an item you put on the budget. It's got a line item and it's there and it's something that's being considered. And then when you're ready to, consider that position and open it up, then, you vet it at that time, but it's on the budget, it's approved, and then you move forward if you want to. If you decide not to, then you just don't. But, it's a line item and it's on the budget. That's the way I've been used to doing this. I've worked with the community college district. That's the way we did it. It's not something that's added after the fact. You're doing your budget now and you approve it as you want to see it in the future.
we always add stuff though throughout the year.
I don't know. I just never did it like that.
We've added
don't know.
positions, we've added a whole bunch of stuff.
But, what's the
Madam Mayor,
difference
we do have a motion and a second on the table, right?
Okay.
And I understand where Councilmember Fajardo is coming from. I think what he's saying is, right now, if we can proceed without these two positions, but depending on how our finance does in mid-year, then that could be a discussion then at mid-year.
Mhm.
And that time we can evaluate. Then we typically don't add new position during mid-year, but that's something we can always bring up. And these two items will come back during mid-year.
But at this point, if we don't earmark it, essentially all that money is going to go to the OPEB.
based on
Right?
this motion.
That's on the motion.
Kind of, I mean, everything in our everything in our reserve fund is it's all the same pot of money. But yes, based on this sheet of paper, or not sheet, but based on this screen in front of us, it will go to the OPEB.
Yeah, so
But
at,
it's all
and
from the same bank account.
well, yeah, then at the mid-year, we're not gonna have the 16 or the 30 grand, right? That's what we're saying. That we'll discuss it at the mid-year, but there won't be $90,000 there because it's not earmarked now.
We can, I think what Ms. Melton was saying is that we can pull it and we call it an adjustment, and it's like, it turns it into part of the budget.
Versus,
So there's two schools of thought with this. What we could do is, as mentioned, earmark it, and so it's 224,000.
Go ahead.
What was that again?
It would be two. Sorry, I'm trying to concentrate.
I got like a contraction, so
I know, that's why I'm like,
Erica's reacting to my reaction, so go ahead.
All right. So the notion is we could either of this amount earmark and reduce the amount that goes into OPEB because we're earmarking that to say essentially that portion of it is going and it's directed to that even to a line item, even though we're not doing anything with it until mid-year. The alternative is to put it all as the recommendation states and amend the budget during mid-year so that essentially that's coming from the reserve pot. Either direction we have done and have set precedent within the organization because both have been done. And again, we're open to either. There's no better course in this situation. Certainly, again, when we look at the mid-year budget, we're usually both looking at revenues as well as expenditures and giving an opportunity for additional amendments and enhancements. However, historically within the organization especially, we've limited the enhancements that occur during mid-year. And part of that is just to make sure that we end the year exactly where we projected it. However, again, we've got 2 additional things that we'll be doing this year. Certainly we'll be doing quarterly updates as well. So that we can evaluate it. And then again, when we do come back at mid-year to have this discussion, we can make it more enhanced for enhancement conversations as well. So either way, and course of action works. Both practices have been used in other organizations that I participated in, including this one where, again, historically, we've gone both directions. So either option is available.
So then you're saying that entire amount of 224,340 is going to the OPEB.
Minus 9340 and whatever we decide to also allocate from.
And what is the 9340 for?
The numbers were different. I was suggesting that as an earmark for the July 7th meeting. At that time, that was it was 109,000.
Right.
Should we just remove that for now?
That's when we had the 60,000 and the other position in there. So when I was asked to remove those so that we could see what it would look
So then the motion is to approve the budget as presented on the screen, with the remaining $224,340 going towards OPEB.
So I want to make a friendly amendment.
She'll second, are you gonna second? Or no?
Yes, but I was just going to ask a point of clarification is, are you saying, do we need to say when we're going to come back to revisit, or can we revisit it anytime after the budget?
The mid-year is an annual process, and so it's already slated to occur usually around the second meeting in February.
Is when we're having these now quarterly updates, is that also an opportunity to do anything?
Yes, it is.
So,
The friendly amendment?
okay,
I'll second.
would be to take for those 2 positions, the amount and put it into the surplus. Whatever that amount is.
Madam Mayor, the amount is on the screen in front of us. That's 224,000. That is removing those 2 positions
But
from there.
that full amount is for those 2 positions?
No.
Right?
With
So
those
what
2
is the
positions.
amount for the 2 positions, number
60 and 55, so 115 combined.
The,
So without those two positions, it would have been 109, 340.
That's the
okay,
number
so put
before.
that in the reserve. Till we look at it till mid-year, it's not going into that, the OPEB amount, account. And then we'll pull it out and go from there till you make the decision. Otherwise, it's going into that account and I want to make sure that it's available, that if we decide to move forward.
It's
there.
still available though, because the money's still all in the same
But
account.
I want to make sure it is.
So the mayor wants to do the
Earmark.
earmark method versus the adjustment
The reason I
method.
don't agree with that is that I want us to have that discussion when we actually see what our mid-year numbers look like.
We
When-
will still have it, but it'll just be earmarked in the reserve.
So at this point, I just want the vote without that. If it passes, it passes. If it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass. That's fine. And don't feel that you have to vote to accommodate me. I'm okay if you don't.
And I just want to say, I understand exactly where both of you are coming from. My understanding from Ms. Melton is it is going to result in the exact same thing should we choose to fund these positions. It's going to be the same impact to our budget. It's just, do we earmark it versus pull it, but it will end up being exactly the same. Is that right?
Correct. The only difference is, and I do want to honor what Councilmember Fajardo was saying, if his notion is to put the entire amount towards OPEB, it automatically earmarks it and puts it in, the goal will be to put it in that restricted fund solely for OPEB. So 224,000, and then we'll get to the other portion of the conversation subsequent. If we were to separate it, it would be that we would only put a portion of it in that's restricted. The rest will be unrestricted until we restrict it. And that's the main decision that council is making at this juncture.
And
So
I think
leave it available so that it's unrestricted. If we decide to do something else with it, we have the option. If we don't, it all goes to section 115 and we can't go back on that decision.
I think you're both making a statement with your priorities, and they're both noble. And so I just want my vote as I value both of you.
It's restricted. You can't
Right,
use
so
it.
then,
Can't use it. That's
Mr.
it.
Padilla, so if it is restricted, in this motion, it is restricted and we would not be able to pull it.
Yeah.
Is that correct or not?
If we were to put all $224,340 towards OPEB, the answer is yes. It puts it in a restricted category.
We wouldn't be able to use it.
But
Well,
no-
but Councilmember Fajardo wants us to feel the pain in, should we choose to pull from reserve, which is not restricted, we're gonna have to say, look, we're pulling from reserve.
Yes.
We don't have it in our budget. We can still get
I
the
wouldn't say
money.
it's pain, but yes, I want there to be a heightened level of awareness that we're pulling it from money that we shouldn't, or where we don't have.
We can pull it.
Yeah,
We can get the
we
money.
still have the money there. Yeah.
Right. Well, I'm not saying that we don't have the money. I'm just saying that right now you are choosing to allocate the 90 grand to the OPEB, and that would be restricted, and we wouldn't be able to change that. That's just the clear message is what I'm trying to get at.
That's with all OPEB money. Yeah, no OPEB money we can never touch again, except unless for OPEB purposes.
That is correct.
Yeah, so that's the whole definition of it.
But the 500,000,
It's a separate conversation.
weren't we already putting that in there?
Yeah, that's already there.
That hasn't been, that's the next resolution that we still have to vote on.
Exactly. It's a
So it
whole.
would
Well,
be-
I'm good with the 500,000. I
Right.
don't have a problem with that. And that's going to be 500,000 plus 224,340?
Yes.
So you're talking about 700,000?
It's probably the minimum of
That
what we
what
actually
you're
need. It
saying
doesn't,
that
it
you
doesn't mean
want?
what people are going to vote on, but that's probably what the minimum what we need every year.
But that's what you're going towards with this.
Oh, I mean, like,
right?
that
That's
second
what
part hasn't been voted
That's what your
on.
end goal is, right? 724,340.
No, my actual goal is that we always have a line item for OPEB on the actual budget, as opposed to having a habit of picking and choosing when we pull it from reserve. So that's the main goal. The 700 something number is not necessarily the main goal. That was the hope a year ago, that we would slowly be building up our OPEB amount, but that's not the goal tonight.
So the 500,000 is not a line item, is what you're saying?
It's not on here as far as I've seen. That's a separate item, correct? A separate vote. Yeah, I haven't seen that on here.
So you would rather have it here? So I'm confused, I guess.
Should always be in the budget,
In this budget versus.
every budget going forward.
Yeah.
until it's paid off.
So for me clarifying, Erica, if you may, can you give clarification as to why it's not a line item versus then having to vote on the budget for it after? Because if that's the case, then we don't need to allocate 700,000. We would just move it to a line item.
So according to our ordinance, we have to have a general fund balanced budget every year. That's so the proposed budget is a balanced budget. It says our expenditures are A and our revenues are A and our expenditures cannot exceed our revenues.
Right.
So that's the main goal of the budget in terms of this is how much we think we're going to get coming in this year. And so our expenditures can't exceed our revenues. We have for the last 3 years paid and put funds aside for Section 115 for that trust for OPEB because our revenues were growing at a pace that allowed us to out of operating funds. And that's the whole notion. Out of our growth, we were able to set aside funds, which is great in an ideal world. This year, because we have a very conservative budget, we didn't even have 500,000 that we were projecting in terms of revenues exceeding expenditures. So because it didn't hit the 500,000 mark, it was only it was the 416,000. The notion was, well, operationally, we still need departments to operate. And so all of the recommendations for enhancements that were proposed were because, yes, we've done a variety of things within the organization, but we still need to now fix span of control. We still need to make sure that there's succession within each of the departments. We still need to make sure that they function, and we still have these priorities that were set during the strategic priority meeting. So we could either put 416,000 just directly to OPEB, or we could alternatively, because for the last year, even though for this upcoming year where we didn't project that our revenues would exceed, even last year, we went higher than we thought. So instead, let's go ahead, do the enhancements out of the operating funds with a balanced budget and take the growth from the prior year, which are the reserves, and still accomplish both goals. That was what the intention was with regards to the way that the budget was proposed for the upcoming year.
Thank you.
Shall we take a vote?
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
No.
Mayor Mendoza,
No.
motion passes.
Okay, so it is.
There's still one more item.
Oh.
The next is the resolution to approve the 500,000 from reserves for the Section 115 OPEB trust.
So is there a discussion or are we just making a motion? I mean, I still support the 500,000 for OPEB. I don't know if there is any support for that. If not, then I guess we just go to a different number, if any number. So I'll see if there's a second for it. So I'll move to allocate $500,000 per the resolution for OPEB.
Second it.
Councilmember
Roll
Lopez.
call, please.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Solorio,
Yes.
Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Motion passes.
It is now, what time? 11:44. And we have another 2 more items. Want to continue with them? All right, so we'll continue. Nobody says no. No additional
will
items.
take more
Oh, so
than
now we,
12.
okay, there is no additional comments on this at this time or public comment here. Where am I? The public hearing is now complete. Each council member will now, okay, it's done. There are no objections. This public hearing is now closed. Now we're at administrative reports and discussion and consideration regarding emergency food distribution centers. This item was placed on the agenda by Councilmember Garcia. Oh, yeah.
I was just seeking consensus from the council to provide direction or allow our staff to look into providing this service, emergency food distribution. So I know there are nonprofits that provide this. There are multiple. I don't have the information to make a specific recommendation, but when emergencies come up, that is something we never want anyone to not have food. So if we can give, I don't even know, staff might have gotten a proposal already, but they can evaluate it. They can see who's able to provide this information, and also to allow them to highlight or promote food distribution centers that already exist in the city. So if there is anything, we can say, hey, there's an emergency, you can also find food here. So just looking for that from the council, and I'm sure if there's any future cost or future recommendation, they will come back to us, and then we will have to approve that.
Councilmember Lopez.
I believe now is a great time to have something like this. I remember in the pandemic, we didn't have anything in place, and we had to be created with by some of the nonprofits to provide the food. And now we're in the second emergency where the immigrant families need that help, because even though there is some food distribution in places, but they're afraid to go to those places. And to have this will, well, I have in mind, if it there will be helpful to bring that food to the families, So, but of course, there's gonna be costs in this, and hopefully we can, help those families. And yeah, of course, we we will need some funding to support this program. I looking for this program to be pilot, and maybe in the future we can ask some other uh, elected officials to join us in this effort, because I know especially the supervisors already sent some funding for the immigrant community and support them, and it will be just not for like a month. It will be at least 6 months, what I see it right now, but with the race and everything going on. And I totally support something like this, because we lived this crisis before, and we don't have anything in place. Thank you, Council, for bringing this.
Councilmember Fajardo.
I support this, and thank you for bringing this forward. And just let us know the next steps on how we can, help promote this.
Vice Mayor Solorio.
Yeah, thank you. So in terms of food distribution centers, I guess I have clarifying questions. So currently at this time, we don't have a kitchen in order to provide a distribution center. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, that's correct. This discussion was discussed last year about doing a food distribution, and staff did look into renovate the kitchen at Rec Park to have a kitchen that could do food distribution. So I think my understanding from this item is that not the city not doing a food distribution, but just partnering or promote existing food distribution. Like, for example, this last Friday, the VFW had a food distribution. That event was not.
Bless you.
that, that event was not highlight or promoted. So I think if council give us direction is to work with, like, we actually do have a list of other organizations in our city that does food distribution, like the Lighthouse of San Fernando, that's on McClay, does food distribution every Friday in the afternoon. And like that is something that we can promote. So we could create a list of food distribution that we can promote to our community, if that's the direction that council is going for.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's what I was going to ask, because I know that we already do food distribution at no cost to the city, so we wouldn't have to allocate funds for this, since we already have like a quarterly event with like Mend, and Lindsay Horvat does an event, and then the VFW, like you mentioned, is doing their own thing, but then we would be asked to promote them, like whether that's on our Facebook, our Instagram, things like that, right?
I believe that's the direction from, I believe that was, the request from council.
Yeah, I guess it was just broad looking into it. So ideally, it would be no additional cost. If there's some opportunity that it does have a price tag, that would come back to us. So that's not what we're approving today. It's just to look into what is available to get this resource food, in need to our community, especially right now. If people, when people are in fear of going to the grocery store, how can we maybe partner with other organizations to help?
Yeah, no, I love the idea. I think I wanted to just bring back and highlight that at the beginning of the year, we did have our food insecurity ad hoc. So could we reestablish the food insecurity ad hoc and then work on, I mean, we don't have to call it that. I don't know what you want to call it, emergency food distribution regardless. It's it it's targeting that food insecurity with different, whether it's emergency or people have been affected by ice. So is that possible that we would just bring that back and work on that together?
Yeah, we can develop an ad hoc for this.
Yeah, I mean, if that's a decision to study this issue in the way of an ad hoc, I mean, that is close enough to what the subject matter is here, if that's the will of the council.
Or just give staff direction to bring back the resources that can provide a food distribution, and we list them if that's all we want, or we want to do, because it's obvious, we need someone that can just deliver the food, or where we can have an easy pickup of the food from those that have the need, because they are, it's definite they're in fear of even getting off of their vehicles to get the food. So there's various needs that are out there, where some of them don't have the transportation to be able to go out and get that food. So, do
So,
you think you would need an ad hoc for this?
So, if I may ask council, for this evening, to authorize staff to promote existing food distribution, highlight them, and promote them on our social media so that community members know where to go get food. And also, staff could reach out to other organization like MEN that does food distribution and see if they would be open, or some other organization that they might be open to come out and do more food distribution, more than just a quarterly food distribution that we already have planned for the year. That maybe we work with another organization or a couple of other organizations that's willing to come and do food distribution at no cost to the city at our local parks or something like that. July 7th, we'll be bringing back a resource assessment of what resources we have available, as well as next step. So maybe we can have further discussion then at the July 7th meeting if the council wants to reestablish an ad hoc for food insecurity or that.
Councilmember Garcia, since you brought this.
Yeah,
item.
I think that I was looking, yeah, I think that fits with what the item was. I was looking, I felt that staff could, get it done if they found the resources, but if there are, council members that want to be engaged and form an ad hoc, I think that's something we can look into as well, maybe when we get the information back, to see where that would fit and how, make sure that, it sounds like you probably want to be on it and you're committed to it. So
Yeah.
to see if there's another council member that wants to join, and we would have a better idea of what that would entail when we get that information back.
Yeah, I think that's good. I wanted to just bring back, right, that we did close that ad hoc at the beginning of the year. So I want to make sure that food distribution, whether it's an emergency or for, food insecurity, which was the thought of the people that came to speak today, it's all in the same realm. So we could definitely bring back the ad hoc, and I'd love to be a part of that again, to just make sure that we are consistently doing the distribution, I think is the consensus here, and partnering with other people. So yeah, I think we were already doing that, and bringing it back would be great.
Okay. That's it. And that's sufficient direction for you, Ms. Kith?
Yes, from my understanding, we have the direction to promote existing organization, reach out to other organization that would be interested in coming to do food distribution at the city at no cost.
Thank
And
you.
establishing an ad hoc?
Yeah, and
Can you just
establishing
place it on consent at the next?
Yeah, well, the ad hoc will be on the next agenda item, on the next agenda. meeting?
We can establish it now. We have consent.
Because I think the other thing is,
Yeah, I mean, if you want to refer the study of this issue to an ad hoc, you can absolutely do an ad hoc, that there's enough of a nexus between what the ad hoc would theoretically do and what you are intending to study here. So I don't think that would be out of line to do that.
Thank you.
So
then
then
you need a
the
mo-
only thing I would say is I just don't want to hold up anything to come back to the ad hoc before the July 7th meeting. And then also, I believe it was the intent, the reason why it was closed, the ad hoc, I think several ad hocs were closed down is because they wanted there was a desire to have a specific goal in mind, that we would hit that goal. It wouldn't be an internal ad hoc. So I don't know if we want to define that for this, and if we want to do it now or at the next meeting. And that way, the people who choose to join will know what they're getting into.
Okay. Well, let's do the ad hoc on the next meeting then, once you come back with the information, Ms. Kagan. Okay, on the next meeting, we'll discuss the ad hoc. So, okay. The next item on the agenda is discussion and consideration to contract of federal representatives for information on immigration enforcement in the city, and this was placed on the agenda by Councilmember Garcia.
Yeah, I placed this agenda item because I know there's a lot of questions in the community, a lot of concerns from our community and our council as far as what is happening with these raids. And I don't know how we get answers. But I think a first step is reaching out to federal representatives, federal agencies. I've been hearing about, for example, bounty hunters being involved. And I think that just raises a lot of questions. Like, is that happening? If that's happening, I don't know, just in general, who's performing these raids? How can it raises concerns. There's already been an arrest in Huntington Park, and I think in Florida, where people impersonating ICE agents and then essentially kidnapping people because there's no way to know who's who. And so how do we have that conversation? I also saw that our Congresswoman, Luz Rivas, visited a detainment center and was able to go in and speak to some of the individuals who had been detained and got some information. And I'm thinking, what's the information? Can we have that information? Can we share it with our community? So I think it warrants a bigger conversation. I know we're going to come back, but can we start that process of reaching out to people? I don't know. I have a lot of questions, but how do we start getting answers and start getting information for our community?
I think I have, what we could do, since you placed this item on the agenda, what we could do, we could ask to have a meeting with Congresswoman Luz Rivas, and you can join me in the meeting. We can have the meeting together with her, and maybe we go to her office when she's in town, or do it on Zoom, whatever she prefers, and meet with her and have some of that conversation with her.
Mayor, may I? Also, I believe it's great that you interesting to meet with our Congressman Rivas, but I believe the residents need to hear for some of the field rep per se, maybe. Maybe we can invite them to come and have a report on the issues that happen right now in the federal level. And we need to know if the Congresswomen are looking to have any legislation in place to protect our, our local cities, because right now it's a lot of misinformation. It's only in the social media, but we want to be more specific what she's working right now, if she has any proposal on the immigration status. Um, I know she's a new congresswoman, but we would like to know if it's any in her plan, and the new plan. I remember every year, they had the opportunity to present bills. So if she has anything in her plans to have any legislation for the immigration, or how to protect our families, just like Councilmember Garcia say, like our community is afraid, And even this weekend, I reported because I report some of the neighbors sent me a picture of ice coming in the front yard. So I forwarded that information to our chief of police, and I shared that information, and he was so kind, to follow through. But I believe since our meetings are public and being recorded, it will be a great if we have any field rep that can come and make that any presentation on this, and so that can help us to understanding where we are at this moment in the federal
Mhm.
level. Because some people are still confusing, asking our local government to protect the federal, but sometimes our hands are tied because we don't make laws, right? We help to implement it. So right now we had to call for our elected officials to do more, right? To do more in that area because they have the power, you know, per se, right? There's the one had to present those bills in Washington and making sure that the ICE and all the uh, immigrations, you know, it's so sad that we are at this point, you know. In the past administration, you should be fixing these problems, and now we're here and we are the ones in the local level have to deal with our families, with the crisis. And, sometimes in the media, and I'm gonna make it public, it's like another vice mayor, another city make terrible comments, try to get that some some folks to get into fight with the ICE and even with the police, and that is so terrible. We had this situation, that can prevent if we have informative information on what's real going on in Washington D.C. So I totally oppose any violence to our police department or even to ICE. I know, there's a difficult times that we are, but we have to be mindful while we share in the social media. We have to be more than ever united and, fix this. It's over 40 years that all the congressmen that we have represent us, they didn't put anything bills in Washington. So hopefully now our Congresswoman Rivas can give us hope and fight for us, but not only visit the sites, but present a legislation that really can help us to fix that immigration status for a lot of families that are in the shadows and they're afraid. So if we're gonna ask somebody to take action on this, and the situation is that our Congressman woman to present legislation in Washington. And that's going to be my comments.
Councilmember Fajardo?
Yes, I agree that Washington has been, in general, ineffective in dealing with this. Despite having a fairly unfavorable opinion of George W. Bush, I do honestly believe that he legitimately felt in his heart that he wanted to try and have some kind of compromise. But there's so little cooperation in DC that both when a Republican president tried and even Democratic presidents, it just fails. It's really unfortunate because so many people are left to suffer. And again, I hate to revert to polling to things, but people in overwhelming numbers in the United States want to see a pathway of citizenship for dreamers, for people who have no criminal records and who are working, for people who are undocumented but have kids here. It's like in the 80%, 85%. So this is such an easy issue, but for whatever reason, we're still torn apart. Um, I do agree with you that we need to be careful, what's on social media because it seems that in the current state that we're in, there's so much emotion and it it feels that sometimes people are trying to get like a leg up on each other, like who's doing more, who's doing it faster, and maybe that's just politics, but at the end of the day, it's really about the results, not who does something first or any other metric. And, to be honest with you, amongst all of us here, and even in past councils, Councilmember Lopez, you're probably the person who's had the most involvement, in the immigrant community. So I do want to recognize you for that because it's been a lifelong passion of yours. Um, as far as contacting Congresswoman Rivas, in my opinion, she's always been extremely open to hearing from the community, to hearing from electeds. I have infinite faith in her, but I also know that even with uh, all of her efforts, she would probably be very limited in what she can do just because Democrats don't control the House. And I think that having an open line of communication with her is great. If we want to send, letters to the White House or to uh, all of Congress or to the Speaker of the House, I think that's wonderful, and I would be supportive of that. But she specifically is going to have limited tools at her disposal until there's a change in the composition of the House. So
Um,
those are my thoughts. But if there's any other recommendations on how to, yes.
I wanted to clarify, so I agree with you. I'm sure she's advocating to the highest level that she can. So while we do want to go down those routes, another part, this was also for us to get information. So not like just urging her. I think she's doing like
Yeah.
so much. But to the extent we can say, hey, is that true that they're using bounty hunters? Can you give us that? Her or agencies, right? Anyone we can ask to saying, how can we confirm? How can you tell us as a city we have public safety concerns about plainclothes individuals saying there's someone without providing ID? How can we confirm that you actually are a federal agent? Like, please let us know because that's a genuine public interest concern. Hey, we have a law in California, you get 3 phone calls. Are they getting 3 phone calls? I mean, I have questions too. I know individuals who were caught up in raids, born in Mexico, uh, very thick accents, like clearly Mexican, and they were like, I'm an American citizen, and they got away. I'm like, how did you do that? Like, can we get any information to help our community? Like, did they say something? What are you guys looking for? What are you, just anything we can do to help assist.
So do you want staff to prepare, or do you and Councilmember Lopez want to be an ad hoc on this and prepare that? Or
I'm
like, what's
open
the
to like
ask?
whatever's the most efficient, effective. So I do think the mayor is always going to be an important person from our city.
Absolutely.
And I do think staff too, though, has, lots of hours where they are available and can collect info. So I'm just saying, let's go and let's do, go for it. And then as things come up, so it may be Senator Schiff, it may be Senator Padilla, it may be Congresswoman Luce, it may be someone contacting ICE, it may be Homeland Security. But if we're trying all the avenues to see what's going on, express our concerns, and then gathering information. And also, all council members have connection with the community. What are your fears? What are you worrying about? And we're like funneling that to our staff and saying, okay, this is coming up now. Can you reach out? I think right now we have, and it's not a specific city of San Fernando issue. I think it's the LA County of California issue. We don't have any communication with federal agencies. And so we're like in the dark. And so I just, how do we start trying to break that for, like, I know that there was an incident earlier and before the raids where, like, our officers will go and talk to them and say, who are you? I just have a lot of questions. Like, how do we get called out? Are they going to
What
ask us for
direction would you
mutual
like
aid?
us to
Yeah.
affirm or vote on, or?
So I think it's direction to move forward, to give direction to staff to reach out to federal agencies and for our mayor and anyone else. You can meet with, you can take one person, and we can all also. I think we need a little bit of guidance. So I know we haven't gone through all the council members yet, but I guess it's saying everyone's saying what can we do? Every community member, every council member saying what can we do, and like just start shooting it out there, trying.
Okay, so I'll continue on. So you want to add anything else, Councilmember Fajardo?
No, I think that if you and the mayor want to work on this, that's fine. And you can work with staff and both, either, the electeds in Washington or the federal agencies and get more information. I mean, yeah, it does kind of beg the question, like, how do you know if someone is really a federal agent or if they're just trying to kidnap you for like trafficking or, other purposes? It's like, it's kind of, I mean, it's pretty scary. So it's a valid question, and the more information that we have on how to combat that, the better off our community will be.
Okay. Vice Mayor Solorio?
Yeah, thank you. Definitely in support of this. I think having our staff coordinate maybe all our questions that we have individually, but also I think it was a great point to having them present and come to council. I know that Congresswoman Rivas's deputy chief staff, I think is the position. Don't quote me on that one, but her name is Maribel. She is more than happy to come. I think that is her name that we met her. And she's more than happy to always provide information. I know she talked to me about that recently. So yeah, we can ask her to come out or somebody else. And, whether it's other staff members from Alex Padilla or another senator, definitely opening it up for them to come out and just provide information. Like you said, how did they suggest we protect our community? Other than the suggestions that I think our police chief is doing, because I will say that at this time there is some confusion in regards to how does someone ask for a federal agent to show that they are a federal agent, to prove that. And as we've seen in social media, um, those people saying that they're federal agents are not showing proof of it. And so what can a resident do, or someone that is approached by someone saying that they're ICE? And I don't know if that's a question, Chief, that you can answer, actually.
So your question was, what can a person do if they are approached by a group of people who say they're ICE or who say, well, again, I don't expect the community to know the nuance of police operations or law enforcement operations, but normally one person is not going to be doing an operation. So, um, in all of the videos that I've seen and kind of best practices is it'll be a group of officers. So it'll be a group of agents that might approach somebody. Normally, based on what I've seen, although they're wearing masks, they do have some type of vestige or some type of, I don't want to call it a uniform, but exterior vest that says ICE or it says DHS. I saw DEA, I saw FBI. Um, Obviously, there are questions like, is there a standard uniform? Are federal agents required to identify themselves? Does it now pose a safety issue for federal agents to identify themselves because now they're being doxxed? So these are questions that I think, um, somebody at the federal level, whether it's an elected official or a representative of an agency, could help really clarify some of these questions. I mean, I have questions such as, if somebody wants to file a complaint against a federal agent, how do they do that? Um, uh, with respect to bounty hunters, you know, can you confirm whether bounty hunters are being used or not? Is that a rumor? My understanding is that they're not, but there's these allegations that apparently they are. Is there, would there be any type of after action report? Would the federal agency, if they, came to San Fernando, provide us with information, that, even if it's just after the fact? We were here in your city and we arrested 4 people, and that's it. We could validate that they were here. We have not received any kidnapping reports, although that is being alleged in some cases that have occurred in the city of San Fernando. We have not had one kidnapping report. And as the council member mentioned, Are these individuals entitled to 3 phone calls or 1 phone call? And who do they call? And so these would be the type of questions, process type questions that I think would be good for us as a community to know.
Yeah, and I would even say just in terms of, I don't know how fast we can turn this around, whether it's like going to have a meeting. I think that's a great idea. But in terms of turnaround time for the information, some of these questions are very, I would say, we need answers yesterday, right? So for example, right, like does a federal agent have to identify themselves? Yes or no? Simple question. Do they need a warrant to arrest someone and take them with them? Or is it just based off, oh, this person looks Latino and they are able to take them? Like what, if we have those answers, so I guess what my suggestion would be, could we send an email with some of these top questions to try to get a response as soon as possible in order to disseminate that information within the next week? But I'm fully supportive of having a meeting with the congresswoman and the senator, whoever that may be, and also inviting them back for to debrief what the information that they have.
Thank you. So what I think would be good that everyone submit all your questions that you might have. Send them, by when, like within 2 days or so, if you want this to happen quickly and you want answers quickly, by maybe Wednesday if possible. I mean, so that we can get them to the Congresswoman and see if we can, how soon we can get some answers for everyone. I don't know if we can get them by the 7th or not, but at least get out an email to her. But I would still like to meet with her on that.
Yeah, I think we should try all avenues.
Yeah.
So we're
Yeah, and then
asking
we'll
them
meet.
questions, we're meeting with them, we're reaching out to
And
the
then, and also
senators.
invite her, but I would like to, have all the questions, because I think they should have them ahead of time, and because they need to make some research or whatever it is they need to do, and be prepared so they can have all, as many of the questions answered as possible before they come in and present, and we can put them on the agenda as a presentation as well, because I don't think it'll be something that can be done quickly. And we need to
Madam
make
Mayor,
sure. Yes.
if I could add one thing, like for email a question, I would recommend an email to all our federal representatives that include our Congresswoman and Senator Padilla and probably Senator Schiff as well. Just
Okay.
email the question and see which office get the information back to us sooner than later.
Okay, that would be fine. That would be fine. So, and then given this conversation that we're having right now, and then now we want to get things done quickly, and this is something that's been coming to mind that, I get emails from constituents or just people in general that, they want to hear from the council, or they want to hear from the mayor, and they want to know, what are you doing? What are you doing to protect the community? And I wanted to ask the council if if it's okay with you, if with the assistance of staff, that I put out either put out a message on behalf of the council or on behalf of the mayor that on what action we're taking, what steps we're taking to protect the community, and what we're doing. And just on this particular issue, I'm just asking because it's something that's seems to be an urgent matter that the community wants to be informed. We want to keep them informed as often as we can. So I'm just asking for this particular matter, whether it be a notification, a message to the community, or a press conference if it's something that's an urgent, that becomes an urgent matter. If it's a press conference, you will be notified to come in. That's the thought. Those that can make it, because if it's a press conference, it's going to be something that just happens within a day or 2 or 3. That's quick. Those that can make it, but you would be notified, because we don't know what the time, what's going to be happening at the moment. And so this is something I just wanted to bring forward to you. And so I just wanted to get your feel on it. And this would be only for this particular situation that we're in right now. It wouldn't, anything else wouldn't be relevant to any other situation other than this current times that we're in with the raids and that.
Mayor Mayfield, I totally support to have like a press conference. I believe that's what a community looking forward for you to pronounce yourself and have some of the members with you. I feel like that will be like a moral support, and I will, support you at that area with uh, media in Spanish per se, if I need to be present, because I feel like, you know, you see the families, all the families that come here and express themselves, right? And they need you to be there. They just they want to know the city of San Fernando pronounce themselves, and maybe just a small statement say, "We hear you and we care for you," right?
Right.
We cannot fix the federal level. We cannot protect you, but we're gonna do our best, to do our whatever is in our hands to give you the right information. I'm sure that will be really appreciated.
And one of the reasons I'm asking is because it's not something that I can do just, because it's being requested, but I'd have to call an emergency meeting. And then, to get everybody here at the
For a
same
press
time.
conference?
No, she means like a special meeting.
Oh,
Yeah, like a special meeting with council in order for us to do a press conference or in order to do a letter that needs to go out,
I don't think a press conference, but for a letter, probably.
Yeah,
Mr.
but
Padilla?
but things like that, I just want to have your okay if you're okay with it. I'm not,
Yeah, so as I explained, I think to some previously, um, in most instances, I think if there is consensus on the council to give direction to a member to do that, uh, it's probably fine. But I will remind you that a few years ago, when similarly the council wanted to send a letter in support of our MWD representative, we did not technically have that agendized, and we got called out by the opponents of that person as having violated the Brown Act. And I believe we even got a sort of a warning letter from the FPPC or the DA about that. So
Whoa, you're in San Fernando?
yeah, it was
I
very
was off-
petty.
I
It was
think I was
very
off the
small.
council.
I
Wow.
would say that many cities take this kind of informal action all the time, and nobody really cares and nobody does anything about it. But if this is a contentious issue and somebody wants to make an issue about it, is it technically a violation of the Brown Act? Maybe it's a technical violation of the Brown Act. Frankly, I think they have better things to worry about than whether we write letters. But there are people out there who apparently get really ticked if the wrong letter gets out, or a letter that they don't particularly agree with. So say that as warning, just.
Wow.
So you're just seeking consensus for emergency press conference, for you to be able to provide that to the community on this issue, factual things. I'm in agreement with that.
Councilmember
Yes.
Fabio, yeah? Okay, all right. So, and it will be with the assistance of staff. It wouldn't be anything on my own, so. Okay, so thank you. Appreciate that, and we'll keep the community informed. Okay, so,
One more question, Madam Mayor?
yes.
So the other item is to meet with Congresswoman Luz Rivas, and the suggestion was the mayor and Councilmember Garcia. Is that still the direction
Yes.
for this?
Okay. Okay, so we're done with that. You have enough direction. Next item on the agenda is staff communication, including commission updates.
Does staff have any staff comment? Nope, we're good. Thank you.
Okay. All right, and now we're at
I'm
General
sorry,
City.
Madam Mayor. I do
Pardon?
have one staff
Yes.
comment. I want to introduce our new interim community development director, Ron Garcia. who's joining us this evening.
Welcome. Welcome.
Congratulations. Or my condolences.
All right, Councilmember Garcia,
No comments, thank you.
Councilmember Fajardo,
Given the time, no comments.
Councilmember Lopez,
No comments.
Vice Mayor Solorio.
No comments, thank you.
Well, today I'm just going to be closing tonight's meeting in memory of a good friend. His name was Rudy F. Herrera Jr. And he was a veteran. He was a member of the Knights of Columbus and a member also of Santa Rosa Church and part of the community here in San Fernando. And he passed away 2 days ago. And I just want to close tonight's meeting in his memory. He's married to Irma Herrera, and he has 2 daughters and his grandchildren. So in his memory of Rudy Herrera, I close this meeting in his memory.